This is spring.
Well, my office has no windows, so the only way, and it used to be that I wouldn't know that it was raining unless it was like downpour and I could see it under the door. Then they put a window in the door, so now if I lean like this, I can tell whether it's raining or not.
Okay, so Ken is in, we tested yesterday.
Oops, I'm sorry. Oops, sorry.
Hey, Barbara. So, is there anyone else? Are we expecting anyone else?
We've got two more coming. They'll be here probably in 15 minutes.
Okay, well, we can go ahead and get started, and or if do you think that's good?
Yeah.
Just. Refreshments are here. They'll have lunch out here when we're ready around noon, and then restrooms are down the hall, like at the main entrance. Take a left, and they're on the left.
Before we get started, just real quick, my supervisors asked me to point out that every single special interest group at ACCS has been swearing up and down for years that they were going to get together outside of ACCS. And we're the first ones that actually done it.
Yay!
And he's the project management, and he said the project management crew even hasn't managed to get it together.
Just because the help desk gets it done.
So he wanted me to point that out.
That's awesome. We're organized.
There you go.
I just think
Well,
it's,
some of us are. That's you guys.
I just think it's great. We have another group that meets. It's the CIOs for the CICV colleges, and it's more laid back. It's not a, we have an agenda, but there's no, you have to discuss this. There are no vendors. It's a really nice group. We learn a lot from each other and help each other, even though we're competing against each other. Yeah, I mean, I'm quite sure there's some things that, secrets you don't tell, but for the most part, the pains of IT in universities, it's nice to help each other. So, so I'm Lisa, in case you didn't know, Lisa Murray at LC, and I am the Director of User Support and Technology Services. So not only help desk in ITR, but also the software and hardware technicians. So a little bit of both. And then we have, a help desk in our office area, which is in the basement of Carnegie. It's funny you mentioned that. That's one of the oldest buildings on campus, and it was a dorm initially. So we're in the shower area of the original dorm. That's another story, but it doesn't work. So, and then we have a help desk area that's in the library that Sharon manages. And so then I'll just let Sharon go around.
I'm Sharon Keith, ITR. I'm the technology business manager, and I also oversee the students that work on the library help desk. I have about 15 students that work that, and they just come in, they scan into the library time clock, they work on the desk, they communicate with me mainly by email. It's an entry-level position, but They do very well. They know that I'm always there. I tell them, even if I'm not here, when they're working on weekends, they can email me and I'll get back to them as quick as I can. We don't expect them to know all the answers, but they do their best. And then if there's something that they can't fix, which is usually hardware, then I put in a work order for the technicians to take care of it the next business day.
I'm John White, I'm the help desk manager at Washington and Lee. Been there about 15 years. We've got a help desk in our library, and we've also got sort of a little help desk annex in our law school. I supervise the students in the library and one FTE, and I've got another FTE who works in the law school, so tech support there, who supervises the students there, so we do cross-training with her. We get, I don't know, right now it's pretty slow, but 90% of our questions for our students are, of course, networking and email, but we do everything from, replacing a screen on the laptop to trying to figure out how to do the virus on it. It's a pretty full service.
I'm Barbara Robinson, and I'm with Virginia Commonwealth University, ECU. And I work in the IT support center. We recently rebranded, and so that's what we're calling ourselves now. And I am the team lead, the supervisor for the full-time staff at the IT support center. And so that's like 4 other people. But I'll let you talk about the other stuff. Yeah, the other. But anyway, so I do and I say the full-time people, but also the phone operations. So, the call center and email and chats and stuff. We're all responsible for that.
So when you say phone and email, what do you mean by that?
Well, we answer phone calls, and then we do all the emails that come in to the IT support center.
And then escalate as needed?
Yeah, we do tickets if they need to be, or if we can respond to them through the email, we just give them the answer. And then we also have a chat tool that's part of our service management suite. And we use Lambda Service Desk. And so we have our chat line open from 9 until 4, Monday through Fridays right now. And so, and we also have, obviously the ticket queue. So we take care of that as well.
We have a pretty big operation, so we have the 24/7 call center, we have 2 walk-up location number services. We do support chat, email, web queue. So we're doing most of the triaging for any of the secondary support for the university. So we're more of a centralized help desk. We're not just with one school or one college. Although the school medicine likes to do their own thing at the time, so half those groups down there don't really utilize our services much, but they like to exert their own control. So, but in terms of like humanities and college, like humanities and sciences, which has about 25 degree programs in it, and then school medicine specifically, that group, and school education, school business, knowledge for career. So we have a lot of.
Who do you have, who do you use for your 27 support?
We do it ourselves. You do it yourself. So when I'm the manager of the support center at ECU. Barbara is a call center, and Eliza works at or manages one of the walk-up locations in the library. But we ran for 2 years with Blackboard. Well, we started with a company called Perceptus, which then got bought out by Blackboard. And, it was just horrible. So we finally convinced my higher ups to let me do it in-house. So we have overnight staff that just work night shifts that work remotely from their home locations and support. It's been really awesome. It's expensive. It's more expensive than going to the third party, but the quality, like we had 0 complaints, whereas before we did 5 complaints and amazing support.
What's your student body number?
34,000.
Hey, that's pretty good to only get 5 complaints a week.
Oh, well, I'm saying just for overnight, like, we get complaints all day. Specific nights, you know. Well, they weren't answering, like, they'd only answer 60% of the calls that came in overnight. Like, it was just horrible. It was horrible.
But
And then,
But when you do it outside, you know, they're responsible for like 30 universities or
yeah,
something.
they weren't just answering all one calls. I know UVA uses them, but they have a set crew just assigned to them. But we can, I'll let finish up the introduction. Liza, go ahead. We got all day to talk about that stuff.
Right, yeah, hi, I'm Liza. So, I support, the front counter in our library in the basement. We have 2 lockups. I'm the supervisor of that front counter, and then I've got hourly student workers that report to me and 1 full-time person that reports to me.
Barbara and Eliza, and then Scotty Miller coming down report to me. And that's all of our hourly employees in the full-time work. And I also have another staff member who used to work call center, but now moved out to do our quality assurance and metrics for the whole area. So we've got about 35 staff in our area, like with all the part-time employment. And so we've got like 11 full-time staff, and the rest are students. It's become a big beast. In the last couple of years, you know.
Hi, I'm Kim Redford, Director of User Support at Longwood. So structured very much like you are, we have the help desk, desktop support, so software, hardware technicians, the classrooms, and labs. Been there, it's going on my 17th year at Longwood, and we have a very centralized help desk, 5,000 students, so tiny compared to you guys. We have 15 students that are our first line of support for students. Technology, anything that they have, they contact the students nights and weekends, and if anything needs to be escalated to us, they send it up. So we do assist students. Most of what we do with students, of course, is passwords. Passwords all day long. So that the RTAs take care of 90% of their student population. We are looking to revamp the RTA program. That is one of the reasons why I'm here. I'm very interested to hear and see how you all are doing with student support. We have a very old model that's been there since I have. We're very rural, so there's not a lot of technology support options for students. So we kind of do it all for them, nights, weekends. The RTAs are on call. They actually go out to their rooms or apartments and do support. So we're looking to move more toward a student-run desk with set hours during the day and some on weekends. So that's kind of, I guess, my biggest interest is just to see how things are going. I mean, we've done this. This is the only way I know how to do student support. It's the only way I've ever done it Longwood, and it's costing us an awful lot of money. And we are seeing a big decrease in the number of calls that we get. From 16 years ago, the difference is unbelievable. I used to have 25 students, 25 RTAs who were just bumping busy all the time, and now we have 15, and we're waiting for payments. So we're going to figure out how we can leverage them, but right now we're providing with them more. And so, yeah, we've always done that. So yeah, I did the math the other day on the number of work orders and moving board, and I don't even want to tell what that number came out to. Yeah, it's Longwood. Yeah, it's been it's been a long time coming, but we're going to revamp. I've already talked to my VP, and we're going to revamp student support hopefully by next fall.
So that's my.
What about your
I'm from Farmville, I went to Longwood.
Oh, awesome. Do you remember RTAs?
No.
When did you go Longwood?
No.
Okay.
Remember, I've been here for 24 years.
So what about faculty and staff?
We completely support faculty and staff. Oh, yeah. The desk, and then we're, of course, call in, log in. We don't have a chat right now. That is something that we talked about, but we have not gone there. We also do not have weekend hours or until 7, Monday through Thursday. Just regular 5 o'clock day on Friday. So, yeah, full support for faculty staff. Help desk and desktop, yes, everything. Yeah. Full support for students too, just by students. So faculty staff, all of our technicians for faculty staff are full-time employees. We have a couple of students who supplement on the desk during the day. But yeah, they don't go on house calls for faculty staff. Just much of that is what it does. My name is Alice Chambers. I'm the network analyst for BCU Libraries. And I basically work with the help desk, okay, for the library, and also the administrator for Active Directory Server. I also control the software licenses and everything. We have support for the faculty, staff, and students on campus. And we have one lead desktop person and one hourly person. And most of the time I get workstation students. What else as far as our software is handling problem reports and everything, we have like a homegrown software, web-based. So whenever they have to put in tickets, they get. And then certain things we can't handle, we pass it over to the IT department of the city.
Do you use SCCM?
We used that for a while, for a little bit, but then we stopped using it because it costs everything. So basically right now, we are just using a web-based software that we create ourselves.
Okay.
Yeah. And we use, as far as for computers and stuff, we're using deep freeze, using Ghost. But we also have software for guest people to come into the library and use the library for a certain period of time. Envision software, we use that. So, but basically, we don't have like a station. We have like a ticket system. So sometimes people just walk in our office and say, "Oh, and pass the phone," and you have to be there. So, sometimes it's good sometimes. But as far as students, they pretty much handle most of the students. Then if it's something related to us, they pass it back.
Yeah, it's a library.
Yeah.
They do all that.
And one time we was reorganizing our whole department. We just finished last week. And one time we were trying to figure out the support team, whether we would go with the university or whether we should stay for the library. But most of the library people decided no, they want us to stay inside because they.
I tried to tell y'all to get on service desk.
Yeah. Yeah. Which that would have been a great thing, but they felt like they didn't have as much control, I guess, as far as that. So they decided, no, we can keep what we have.
I'm Joey Buttingham. I'm the service desk coordinator at Christopher Newport University. We're also about 5,000 students, so massively rapidly growing compared to where CNU used to be, but I think we're kind of doing that. There's only so much room. I grew up in Amelia. I grew up in Amelia, and I'm a farmer.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So yeah, I know.
Do you work with Charlie?
I'm sorry?
Charlie, is he still with us?
No, actually he doesn't. I've been there 2.5
He's one.
years. I've been there 2.5 years. So we are, our service desk is the first line support for IT. Our IT department is small enough that that's not a major issue. We've also become, and I've kind of tried to push us toward, based on calls we were getting, being first line support for some of the library services, for some of the ID card related services that are actually handled by different groups. Some of the just the disparate OCPR that handles our website that we get calls for it. So one of my initial initiatives was trying to get those folks on board in our ticketing system as well. So when we get a call, we can't just say that's not our job. That said, we recently have a new CIO start, and he's focused on trying to improve our department's customer service, and so we're kind of in the midst of a bunch of changes, trying this and that to see what works, what doesn't work, how we can eliminate a couple sticking points here and there. So yeah, recently we went down from students answering the phones to I'm answering the phone and any spilling students are answering. Recently we talked with Ferguson, which is a company down there, and came away from that meeting with another ideas with the notion of doing students as first line contact for students, which, you know, as a point really yesterday, there's a lot they're doing I don't know. I don't have access to some of the things they have access to as students, so I can't really walk them through things. So we've talked about doing that, about switching to students, helping students first, and full-time staff helping full-time staff first. And I think that may be the next big shift.
Hey guys, you're introducing yourselves. Your turn.
I'm Scotty Wiley from Virginia College University. I'm also going to be part-time background staff.
And I'm Will Kahn, also from VCU. I am the front counter walk-up lead for MCV and medical campus location.
Hi, I'm Jackie Allman. I'm the IT director here at Lynchburg College, and I'm just here to learn from all you smart people. So welcome,
Highly confident.
welcome to Lynchburg College. Yeah. Glad to have you.
So,
I started out as Lisa's position as the head of help desk, so help desk is near and dear to my heart.
So our schedule, the first topic of discussion is onboarding, training, and knowledge management. So I will start with that, and I don't know if you guys want to be structured, go around the room, if you just want to hop in, however you want to work it. We have the Google Hangout going, so if any of the viewers ask questions, then we can take a moment to answer those. You just have to read the question so that they hear it in the video later. So in ITR at Lynchburg College, we didn't really have a help desk. We had an administrative assistant that position kind of morphed into a help desk position. So when the students needed somewhere to go to ask questions about passwords, virus removal, just questions in general, they came to her because she was our direct number to our department. And through changes in staffing, we last summer created a help desk, an actual help desk, which you guys will be able to see this afternoon if you go on tour. So our first line of contact is students. So they're now answering the help desk phone. And we were approved a graduate assistant position. So now we have a help desk coordinator that will begin this fall semester. So I'm not really sure how our training is going to go yet. Basically, in the past years, we've had work study students, and they have been trained by the technicians, and they go out and they install software and replace power supplies and things like that, because we do build our own computers. Now that we have the help desk, we created a wiki that we also had a folder on one of our network shares that we all just would put, how-tos in. And so now we have a new staff member that he will be here a year in September, I think. So he was tasked with creating a wiki. And we basically just moved those how-tos over to the wiki. And then we have notes at the help desk that, these are your typical calls that you're gonna get, like the passwords. They have access to reset network passwords, Google, Gmail passwords, and Office 365 passwords. So they also have 2 of our user support technicians within ear range of them that kind of step in when they see that they're not really sure how to answer a question. As our GA starts this fall, they will be trained in the same fashion using the wiki, and then they will be tasked with training our student assistants. Trying to think if there was anything else I wanted to say about that. Sharon, with our library help desk, she does that training. So I'll let you talk about what you do with them.
Well, like I said earlier, it's basically an entry level position. I don't expect them to know how to repair, redo hardware, and that sort of thing. That's not even part of their job. It's basically, their biggest question is, I can't print. You know, what do I do? Because we have paper cut that we use for printing, and sometimes students will come in, sit down, start working, and not realize that the person in front of them did not log out. You know, so my first thing to tell them is when all else fails, tell them to save their work and leave it at the computer. It'll cure a multitude of sins. But I actually create a manual for them, and I sit down with them and I go through it and say, these are the things that you need to do with your job. And then when they're done, you take this with you. This is, your book. And of course, I'm always on the other end of email. And so if they have any kind of questions or whatever, they contact me. So it's a learn as you work position. And
we've been asked to provide 24/7 support, and I think Jackie is looking into, is it black belt?
Black belt help?
Yeah, we go through, we have a help desk email, and we went back through the help desk emails to see how many calls we actually received after 5 and before 8, and what those calls were, and it didn't really warrant us.
It didn't really justify adding additional positions, but we're rolling out some new online classes. We're rolling out an online MBA starting this fall. And next summer, they're going to roll out some kind of online doctorate program, physician assistant program is doing that. And so there's been a lot of push from graduate faculty in particular that we provide this extended hour support, even though at this point, we don't even know what questions we're going to ask. And so we've been arguing against the need for it. Let's see what the need is and then find a way to meet it. But instead, we're being pushed to meet the need, and then we'll find out what it is. Shenandoah University and Macon, are currently using Black Belt, and they highly recommend it also. They want basically 24/7. So I thought Black Belt's prices were reasonable. I got a quote from them for 500 interactions is for after hours, weekends, and holidays was $6,500. And of course, 500 is probably really low for you guys, but Shenandoah says that has been what they've used for the last 3 years, and they've never once used all 500.
I think it's successful if you specifically have, exactly what questions are coming in, and the expectation is these are the only things they can answer, and your faculty staff, students know. They only handle these after hours. We had the issue of people expecting full support.
Everything.
These companies can't do that. They can do the 5 to 10 things you train them to answer, that they can read basically, and try to answer the call, say, okay, I'm going to do this and call these.
Well, I think that's what I'm afraid of. But I'm thinking from our experience and looking back at what we've answered in the past, the biggest issues are going to be password. So you know what they're going to do? They're going to say, go to this password reset link.
We're hoping that. And then that also goes back to our topic of training. We're not exactly sure how we're going to train them if they're not going to have access to our resources.
They'll need access if you're like, if they need admin access to your password stuff.
Well, see, this is what what we're telling you at this point, we don't have a mechanism to give them that access. So other than the password reset page that we've set up, so that's all we're gonna do.
Which you could put on your voice recording.
Right, yeah.
Or as an out of office email to the help desk email, we could provide that, and that's the argument we've been making. But
They don't have any type of like operations center that you run here on campus or you work through that has some type of person on call 24/7.
we have an information desk that works out of the security office, and they answer the phone 24/7.
Could be an option.
We've tried that.
Yeah, I hear you.
That was my
Yeah,
suggestion.
just, I know,
Yes.
the same thing.
Why be creative if you've already got something in place?
Because we were looking, I mean, I've been told the same thing, we're providing our minutes, we need 24/7. Well, less than 1% of the calls come in at night.
Exactly.
I figured out my cost to contact, it's $30 a call. That's how much I'm paying to support this
Isn't that
password
crazy?
reset service. And they don't care.
Yeah,
They want it, they want to say they have it.
I hear you. So exactly, that's the
It's
same
like,
thing.
give me some money then.
Yeah,
We
how
break
long
up.
have you been doing 24/7?
Over, it's about 3 years.
So you do have online classes,
Yeah.
but you're not finding that that's generating a lot of
We're
calls.
going online and it's taken,
Uh,
years to get there. We have a couple, maybe a couple successful.
But you're not finding that they're generating a lot of calls after hours. That's what I was getting at.
Right, no, it's not the online classes people, it's the normal people who just call it anytime to see if they get something. I can't do my password or I need VPN. The biggest thing is VPN.
Okay, yes.
Plus, we get a lot of hospital, associated with the hospital.
Yeah.
And so,
They're working an evening
They're
shift, therefore,
yes, yes.
that makes sense.
It's an HM.
so it's a lot of, okay, I'll transfer you over to the hospital service desk.
When we created our online institute, that was, we never asked for 20%. We were asked to stay open until 9, and then have some Saturday hours. So we did that for a year, maybe a year and semester. And we kept all the stats, and then we made the case that this is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. We're paying a full-time person to sit here for X number of calls, and then we also had, out of that number of calls, 90% of them were simple password changes, which could be a voice recording saying, if you need a password change, please visit password.olin.edu and do it yourself. And so, yeah, we were able to get back to 7, and now between 5 and 7, we might have 3 calls.
Yeah, so that's, like I said, that was what I suggested, is let's see the numbers first, because to me, reduction in services is always considered a negative, whereas increasing services is considered a
We had
positive.
to fight for reduction.
So, that's kind of the backwards way to do it, but I understand this, yeah.
There are a couple of questions on the Hangout, and Kim wanted to know who was
Sorry, Ken.
speaking. Jackie Almond, the CIO at Lynchburg College, was speaking.
Hello, I could stand up over here. Hey, right over your head, yeah.
And then Hannah was also, they were having a conversation back and forth. And
The cost estimate
the,
the cost estimate from Black Belt was for 500 interactions, it was $6,500. For 1,000 interactions, they said $9,500 annually.
I have a question though. What does your password self-service tool look like? I mean, is it truly self-service?
Or you have to opt into which.
we started that way. So when we first were students, so for faculty staff, it's different. For faculty staff, then you have to opt in and set up secret questions and answers already. And this is what we have right now, what we've had for many years. We're getting ready to move to Dell IAM with a password management tool that you have to roll out. But it's supposed to be better, we'll see. But the tool that we have now, we wrote, and students can, they log into they go into a web page and they have several options. But if it's just, I know my password, they want to change it, that's the first option. They may have the I've forgotten or it's locked or it's expired option. When they do that, they have to enter their birth dates, and then we send an email to their email address, to their login email address. If they don't have, sometimes with the brand new students, if they don't yet have a login email address established, we send to whatever personal email address we have on file in favor to them. And so we tell them, it pops up on the screen and says, information to change your password has been sent to, and it gives a redacted email address. And their security office was happy with that. We redacted the email address and we made them put in their birthday. And then they have to be able to check that email and then they can change it themselves for any situation, forgotten, expired, or locked. So that's been a lifesaver. When I first started at Walmart, we did not have any kind of automatic passwords, and that's all we did, all day long. Because we have password expiration for made for lane for that password. The password we use for most everything expires every 100 days. So that means constant password. 120.
Yeah, we've got a 90-day for some.
We have a very rigid information security.
Well, yeah, that's all now. It's all
How long are yours? He traded out with us. We have 90 or 120.
Never.
They never expire.
Wow.
On the administrative systems, they do, on the fax, they do.
Yeah, the fax mainframe.
But not the
they do.
network.
Really?
Wow, I just, it's,
So we have 120 days, but we have a 15-character password
That's where we're going.
with much complexity.
Most of our systems now are protected on and if you're off campus, so I think that's why how we're able to get policy.
Yeah, and we're going towards two-factor for everything. Students, faculty, staff, not just VPN. This summer, we went, faculty, staff already moved to two-factor for VPN. And now the students have to use it. Students using VPN is a pretty low population. It's mostly like research assistants. But now, yeah, we're in the next couple of years, everything will be two-factor, which we're all like.
There's lots of buzz about that right now.
Well, our mainframe, our VAX, the administrative passwords expire, I think it's every 90 days, I'm not sure. But there are a limited number of people who have access to that. The network passwords do not expire.
Faculty, staff, or students.
There has been a push or a discussion of changing that, but it hasn't happened yet.
So does that, what about email?
That's the same.
well, not for our students.
Well,
Students
that's
are
true.
on
That's true.
Gmail.
Yes.
It doesn't change, it stays the same once they change it initially. That I know of.
That's the case
Office
for our students,
365 is the same way. And we actually just implemented, a month or so ago, a self-serve network password reset, because initially we only had one. You know, everything was through your network password, and then we moved to Gmail for students, so that then they have two, and then we also have Office 365 for students. So they have three passwords that potentially that they have to keep up with. And we turned on where they could actually, the two-step verification, so that they could enter a cell phone number and have their password code texted to them for Gmail and Office 365. And then one of our programmers created a self-serve for their network password. So we're hoping that when we have this person answering calls after hours, that they can explain to them, this is what you need to do, go here, or like you said, wait until 8:30.
So your network passwords aren't synced with your Google and Office 365 password?
No.
Okay. We've got,
So we just have
I
one.
don't know if that's something you guys discussed.
It would be nice.
Yeah, our systems team set that up before I got there, but, if we reset it on the network side of things, if I go into Active Directory and change your password, it pushes the password out to Google and out to Office 365 and so forth. So we've got it set up to sync at least once a day, and I think any immediate changes are synced right away.
What is the actual stage in my life? Implemented that.
Yeah.
Because I no longer had to ask the question, which password do I want?
Exactly.
And a student doesn't always know what to tell you.
Right. Which password are you getting?
What are you trying to like? Which one did you use?
Yeah, we're still in the dark ages of having a horrible self-service tool, so 40% of our calls are still password resets. Is they have to call us to reset it. We had it roll out last August. It was an opt-in program, and since we only have to reset passwords once a year, but people forget they've even done that. So they're still calling us, and then we have to say, oh, go here to reset it. You're in this self-service one. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. But then they just call back again a year later or 6 months later, and they're like, oh, yeah, I forgot it. So ours is pretty crappy, and we don't like it, but we are VCU is getting a new identity management system in our process right now. So hopefully with the new, we'll get off our current password system. That'll change.
Is there no notification when their password's gonna?
Oh, yeah.
2 weeks in advance.
10 days out, 7 days out, 5 days out, 7 days out. Oh, they go there.
Pretty easy to ignore. Mine just expired today. I reset it.
Well, our big issue we have is our former people still call for access to our e-services, which is where they can get their
Former
transcripts.
students or former?
Former students and former faculty and staff, so like they need their pay, tax information, transcripts.
Right.
So we have so many calls that go in for that from people that have been here for 5 years. So ideally, what we want to do is not have a system where they still have to use that account, which I think is where we're going for records. So that should cut down on former students.
What does VCU do with former student accounts? I mean, if you graduated or non-degree.
They have access, somebody made a decision to let them have access to their email. We moved to Google Apps in 2004 after.
That's what CU does for,
I hate.
for degree alumni. If they transferred out or otherwise left the college without a degree, their account gets disabled.
Right.
But if they're degreed, then it's for life.
It's basically what we do to try to make sure the accounts are just out there. Is if they don't log in for a year, we'll disable it. And then if they call, we'll re-enable it and reset it. That way we're keeping them inactive.
I think part of the justification for keeping the email active is that it's more work for us to actually disable it than just let it sit out there since Google Apps has infinite storage for education.
Well, and it's been a big push on this campus from alumni, because they're thinking that's gonna be such a great way to communicate with these students down the road. We'll see whether that proves to be true, because the class that graduated in May was the first year that was on. But you're right, especially with two-factor authentication. It's difficult.
You said the number one call for pretty much everything.
Yeah.
This time of
Yes,
year.
yes.
Absolutely, especially this time of year. Incoming freshmen.
Yeah, with all the new students.
Losing the form, losing the paper, or
For the
password's
account
already
hasn't created
expired.
yet.
Our biggest thing is
Yeah.
people,
Right.
save their
They
password
save
on their computer.
Right,
And then they can't remember after
Right.
it's up, and then you have to go through that process. But our biggest thing was security too. I guess at BCU, we only allow staff, only allow faculty to have administrative rights on that. To download, programs. So for staff, anytime we need to update something or install something, we have to remote over, use the LANpass, or go to their computer and update that particular program.
For the libraries. Yeah.
Everyone there.
No, it's going on.
All faculty
Not
and staff
mandated.
have admin rights on their computers here, and faculty have admin rights on instructor stations and labs and classrooms.
Because we had having so many issues, people just going out to the website and downloading stuff. Sure. Having viruses here and there, so they complained for a while, but it worked out.
we have a process through which they have to request, it has to be approved, they have to show the reason why they need it, it has to be approved by the CIO, by the ISO, once we onboard a new ISO, their manager has to give, as part of the documentation, reason why we need to allow them to have, I mean, they're pretty vigorous.
We do the same thing.
Take the expression on your face to mean like. So.
Our
Oh,
faculty,
yeah.
our faculty and staff have to have an account requested by their supervisor, but we don't get that. So if their supervisor says they need it, we don't question it as to why they need it, we allow it.
Mhm.
So,
Are your labs and questions frozen?
How many labs and classrooms are you all supporting?
20 labs. Oh, no, classrooms.
I would say it's over 10 that we are about 10 that we support. I can get a number for you and let you know. Our technician, they're gonna join us for lunch, by the way, my user support and our student that's on staff now, we only have one today. It's been kind of quiet.
Before the storm.
And she's
Until next
here,
week.
and I'm going on vacation.
Thanks, Lisa.
They'll join us, but she, the technician that handles the labs and classrooms, she re-images them. And we use SCCM to push software to our labs and classrooms, and we are almost at the point of deploying operating systems. So that's our next step. So, but we don't have a deep freeze or anything like that. They're pretty good. The faculty are pretty good about letting us know what they need on the computers ahead of time, so they really don't have to download anything. And it's usually the ones that are in their offices that are clicking on links and emails and, you know.
The classroom issues don't seem to be an issue.
We've not really had any issues with it. It's sometimes easier for them to be able to install a Java update or whatever rather than us doing that.
Well, they know too, they've got to go through us to get any software that they need, because I track all of the licenses.
In my
So all
process,
those purchases come through me.
yes, my thing is, I use Landesk to keep track also for my license and everything. But, once I do Landesk, I run queries. I'm like, oh, right, I have Adobe Pro, so many copies of it. But then Landesk tell me, oh, I got 15. Because somebody have gone out and download a trial version of it. So it doesn't tell me, so sometimes that balance doesn't work out.
So, to get us back on task, I don't really know. We kind of talked about like other things, but as far as training for your help desk, anyone else?
Well, that was like one thing I was curious about, because we're trying to get a hold on our stuff. So we're in the process of developing an actual official onboarding program where it's like week 1, day 1, we learn this, week 1, day 2, we learn this. So we kind of developed like a beta program that we're testing with our new hires that we're onboarding. I think it's a work in progress, but we also have a wiki that we do all of our internal support documentation on. Scotty and I developed it like 5 or 6 years ago. We constantly are updating that every day, and we use that as our base tool to say, go look in the wiki, when you can ask us questions.
And we really do use it as a legitimate wiki. Any of the student workers or full-time staff have the ability within our office to edit the articles. So if new information comes up, or if they learn something on a call, they can go in and make the changes.
So usually what we'll do is we have a Google group that everybody's on. We'll send out updates to that, say, hey, this is new support information. It's in the wiki here. So that way they're getting an email notice that there's new things they need to do. So it's kind of like the once they're on board, that's how we communicate. But we're really just trying to, we're in a weird situation at our office where our student workers do the same, are expected to do the same amount of work as our full-time staff. And they support everybody, faculty, staff, students, hospital, whatever. So we have a huge beast of a training that we're trying to get them up to snuff in. And I'd say we maybe have a third of them turn out being awesome, and 2/3 a third's dud, and then the other third is probably the mid-range, which is normal. I mean, we're not expecting the world here. Like, I would think that's a normal breakdown of just workers in general. But we're just overwhelmed with the amount of stuff we have to get them up to par with, and it takes so long to get them up to par.
And right now,
And they leave.
our onboarding takes about 6 months.
Yeah.
I'd say, before they're able to work independently. During that 6 months, we expect at least 3 questions a day about things that I didn't have or have not supported before. So we're trying to get away from that, where we can have somebody within a month or 2 months be able to work by themselves.
There are days when I go home that I please do not ask me any more questions. It happens, you know. You guys were our inspiration. Jackie came back from an ACCS conference and she was like, "We're getting a wiki."
But I couldn't make it happen until Tom came on board.
Yeah, we finally.
But
It
yes,
really does.
y'all inspired us.
Because we were communicating
Y'all
by
was
emails. Like, we were like, save your emails. Hopefully you organize your inbox.
And then if you're new, you had to just wait for that email to come around again.
Yeah.
Are you guys using Landesk's knowledge base for that, or have you found we use different?
Well, so so Landesk right now, we're using incident and request, well, I put that lightly because we don't really use it the way it should be used. We basically have tickets that we label, oh, this is an incident, this is a request, there's no process or function. I'm trying to
Need to revisit that too.
But we use the Landesk, management suite. Alice is using the tool management. We just implemented a change management suite on that as well. Knowledge management is kind of being put on the wayside. We're doing an idle integration at ECU, so all these, we're trying to integrate much of the process development. But with the current version we have, it doesn't seem to be as robust as what we need.
You can't embed images.
You can't embed images, which is a big issue for us because we do a lot of screenshot. A lot of
Actually, you can, but I'm not sure.
You can
We
attach
have
them
one
as
guy.
attachments.
We have one guy who's managed to embed images into every article he's ever written for us. He's a real white, but nobody else can seem to do it. I can't do it. He manages to do it. I need to find out.
So I would say maybe we're so overwhelmed, it's like something we're like, yeah, maybe one day we'll look into it.
The one upside I would say to using Landesk is that it is right in line with, and as they enter a ticket, it'll start doing the search. The downside to the search is it's Boolean and everything is in order. So when it sees network, it might give you 25. When it sees network login, it doesn't look for network and login. It looks for network or login. It shows you 50. That may be something you can change in the background, but we haven't had the resources to find where that
I
is.
don't know if you can.
I don't know if you can or not.
It's
Honestly,
like, let's say.
Ideally, you'd be
user
able
data
to,
takes
but,
like
you
10 years to find them.
sorry.
You bring up every Smith or every John and this is
Right,
what you
exactly.
specifically put in.
Right.
But
Has anyone tried or looked into knowledge-centric support practices or processes?
No,
ACCS?
we haven't yet. Honestly, we are trying to get right now just the service desk and the whole IT department on best practices just for customer support, interaction and follow and ticket lifespan and that kind of thing is kind of our push and our goal right now. How long does a ticket stay active? What are we doing or not doing right in terms of that? So we haven't really looked at knowledge management stuff yet.
We'll be talking about ITIL and knowledge management and stuff.
This afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, Aaron apparently said he couldn't post a question, so I guess Ken posted it for him, but the full question's not up there. He sent it in an email, so I can read it. He says, I send out an email every 2 weeks to all inbound students, freshmen usually, to log in, load software, and contact us for help. Also, reply when complete, and I'll stop sending them a message. We reduced the amount of software for freshmen by 35%, and I guess he means the number of calls for freshmen by 35%, and passwords by over 50%. Their first message is within days of their initial orientation during the summer. I tell them and the parents during these sessions that they're going to get emails and respond, or they'll be waiting with all the other students that did not do this task before arriving on campus.
So
That's a really cool idea.
That is a good idea.
What university is Cameron?
That's Aaron.
Oh, Aaron. There's another one that goes with it.
Baron.
I didn't get
So the next step, when they log on and hit the software screen, I would capture their student ID and flag them as complete. This way I target the stragglers. 2 years ago, before I started, there would be several hundred students the first couple of days. This is one of several steps I put in place, and we reduced the number of students the first day to around 50, and the numbers greatly reduced in a few days.
Oh, that's a great
How
idea.
many students
awesome.
do you have, Aaron? Or I guess we can reply back.
How long after a student account is created do their passwords expire? their temporary passwords that they're given by.
I think it's 90 days.
I was gonna say, for us, it's that 90 days, and the problem we're running into, although there have been some changes to lessen the problem, thankfully. But the problem we're running into is that the accounts get created whenever. The students get their account information more than 90 days later. So even by the time they get it, even if they go home that night and log in, even if they log in while they're sitting there in orientation, their password is already expired. So they have to go. Now, again, they've made some changes. They've shortened that window to, we're now having earthquakes. They've shortened that time frame so that we have far fewer calls. But my first year there, I don't want to say every incoming freshman, but there were so many incoming freshmen who were called who had missed that 90-day window by whatever, 2 days, however long it is.
So is there like a temporary password that's made on the account when it's created?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It's made when it's created, and the accounts are created when the acceptance and when the students have accepted, and when all that's worked out,
It's an automatic.
it's done. So then the account's created and temporary password is put on it, which again, if that's 90 days before the student gets the password, they're out.
Well, for us, their accounts are also created when they, well, have paperwork that is filed, but there's no password set on the account. And they actually get instructions with their paperwork from records and from admissions to make a password for the account. And that's what expires in 90 days.
Our problem is to get their information before their accounts even created.
They get it in an email, they get like the username.
Right,
And
and then the account isn't actually there.
for another
Yeah,
week.
so they're
That's,
calling.
thought we
that's
changed it so
for
they
sure.
I thought we
I
changed
feel
it so
like
they
try
do.
not ever sending those emails. Like,
Just stop.
Wait,
Yeah.
when was that? I thought we changed it so they expired.
Well, it is included on the paper acceptance, it's in both.
Network login.
Network?
Or what?
Any password. Well, the Google one never expires, right?
It
So-
doesn't expire, but their initial password, like if they didn't log in, then either they didn't remember it, I don't know, I'm not a Google administrator, so I don't really know how that's set up. I know we had to reset it, but they've never logged in, so I don't know if it stopped working after 30 days, 90 days, or whatever, but.
Well, see, For us, with our students will be coming to check-in shortly. Now, I oversee our station that when check-in takes place, it's in this building. And all students have to come through my station. So that's where I'm gonna catch those students that have changed their password, but then they forgot, or they've never reset it, or anything like that. And it used to be that I had to go in and reset every one of them, but now that we have a website where they can go and do it themselves, it's gonna make it easier for me. Because as I'm going through a whole classroom full of students, I can say, okay, go here. This is what you need to do. So, and I can move on to the next one. So, but every student has to come through my station.
And that would move you.
No.
Well, that's the same thing with like Aaron's. I think Aaron's is great for a size that small, but our problem is our incoming freshman class is so giant and unwieldy and so varied that, and plus I would never get approval from my CIO to mass send to a segment of the population. They're so weird about us being able to send out mass communications to the university to get it. It's like thousands and thousands of email accounts, but for some reason our department has this weird policy. They don't want to inundate people with stuff in their email because they don't want them to just ignore it. But it's like, that's the only way you can really ideally communicate with people, but yeah.
We were just talking in a meeting that Jackie held on Monday about the fact that we use E2 Campus for emergency notifications, and that some colleges are not necessarily abusing it, but over sending text messages to where the students are not acknowledging them. Like, you know, they quit reading email a long time ago. So now it's like text messages. So we're thinking, okay, so now we're gonna Snapchat them the thunderstorm or the not sure
Hang
they
them
will
up on
be able to.
Facebook.
Yeah. So, did anyone else want to talk about how they do their training? Or do we?
We stole something, I think, from the University of Iowa a few years ago. We do like merit badge style training where I give you a list of 20 things this week you've got to learn. We have 4 weeks. We hire people in the spring so we can have them ready in the fall. And then we've got 4 weeks basically before the end of the school year where they're going to be on campus. And so they come and work for me for 5 hours a week and they do 2 hours of training. But during that 5 hours, they just get a list. And what I'm trying to do is get them to stop asking me questions. Because when I did the trainings and organized the trainings, all the staff would immediately, when they got out of training, they forgot how to do something, would come and ask me. And it's like, what was that thing you told us about, running Malwarebytes? And so what I've done is I've given my current staff the ability to sign off on, how to run Malwarebytes. And so if a new student comes in, they get a list of 20 things for the first week that they've got to get the other students to sign off that they know. And then I find out which of my current staff don't know.
That's actually good, because that's another issue. It's not just the new
Yeah.
year training. What about the continuing?
Yeah, because
Your
that guy
staff
hasn't,
already there.
that girl hasn't known that ever. And then they both come to me and they say, okay, we forgot how to do this. That's been pretty helpful. And it's been good for me because now they ask each other instead of constantly standing at my office doors.
We had, we have very much a crash course style in that we have students come back for a day, be they new hires, old hires, whatever. We used to do 2 days, but this year we're doing a day primarily for time reasons. And we'll spend all day Friday in 2 weeks just giving them way more information than they could possibly find useful. But it's all to get them familiar with it, to get them to see, to get them to at least know this is how I get to this is how I get to that. Then we have 2 weeks of on-the-job training with a vet, which I have found, we pair up any new hires with veteran students, which I find works wonders to get them up to speed, because rather than them coming and asking me questions, they have somebody right next to them that they can ask, number one. Number two, the students who are the veterans who really know the job are really good about saying, hey, don't forget to do this, don't forget to do that, and all that stuff. So yeah, once they have done those 2 weeks, in the first week, they don't have access to our ticketing system as an analyst, at least. They can't enter tickets that way. They don't have access to the password reset tool until they've been on the desk for a week, and then ideally they get observed, but depending on time and what else is going on, at the very least, I'll talk to the folks they've been working with. Do you feel they're ready? And we'll get them to start entering tickets while logged in with the other student over their shoulder. Then we give them access, and they're still paired with a veteran, the other students over their shoulder. So it's at least 3 weeks before we finally say, okay, we're confident you can do at least the core parts of the job. We'll still try to schedule them with more experienced folks, but at this point we're content that you can answer calls, put in tickets, troubleshoot the networking connectivity things, troubleshoot the printing issues with Pharaohs, troubleshoot this and that, and then if you have any questions, call me, call on the students. We've just implemented Slack as a departmental communication tool. Our systems team had been using it for a while. We've just pushed to make it departmental, and I've been talking with my supervisors about getting the help desk students into Slack as well. Probably just using our generic help desk email so that when they're on the job, they can
be in it, but otherwise not. But just having that as another resource to be able to pop a question into Slack that, you know, anyone who has eyes on it and knows the answer can answer quickly as a way to minimize the, you know, how long it takes for them to find an answer. So that's my goal. But yeah.
We usually, we don't use Slack, we use GroupMe.
Okay.
And originally that came about as people complained when we emailed from people saying that they're gonna be late or whatever. But then it started evolving into the students using it to ask questions from their peers, and any of us are available on nights and weekends. Quickly, one of us can see the first when we're talking with them.
Or their peers.
Or the parents are responsible.
So it's really like everybody's on the same text message through that. It's morphed into a way where it's not just like I'm gonna be late for work. They're gonna get questions out there, and it seems like everyone's responding, which is good because especially when no one's there to monitor what's going on, or like a day where we decide all week. It's good to have that way to get out to every single person on staff. It's not waiting on email. It's not waiting on someone to check their email. You know, I have the notifications that the only time we turn off is on notification. Nobody's.
So you guys have your, sorry. So your students have individual accounts within your chat thing? It's not a help desk account or?
Yeah, it's just like,
Okay.
yeah,
It's
like,
a free service.
Yeah, I'm also Slack, so I mean, it's just for us a question of.
Most of the students already have GroupMe because like professors have either asked them to do it for group projects and stuff like that, other employers have used it. So I'm familiar with it because I, you know, have used it with previous jobs. And what's nice too is that somebody who may not have a smartphone can also access it via SMS. So they can still receive the text messages and reply. There's a desktop version, so you can open multiple chat windows. We have a GroupMe group that's just us, the managers. And then there's a GroupMe that is the entire IT support center, which is all of us, the full-time and the part-time.
The
So,
part-timers help their own to pay and like the.
yeah,
Shoot
there's
the
like
breeze about
society.
there's a secret society which they accidentally added Will to, and they don't know.
I haven't removed myself.
They do now.
And it's policy-
So Big Brother's
At this
watching.
point, if I remove myself, it's gonna send a notification.
Right.
Will Khan has left the group, so I'm like, I'm still.
So it kind of keeps us, you know, in the loop if there's something we need to know.
If there's a conspiracy or
Right.
mutiny on our hands.
But it's great because, you know, not everybody has access to their emails. They're not checking their emails if they're supposed to, which is frustrating. But like Saturday, I forgot to schedule someone for the front counter. Yay. So it's great because Marjorie, one of our student workers, was like, hey, no one's here to open the front counter at 2 o'clock. And so Scotty saw it because I was at the pool. Scotty then called me so that I could address the situation. So Scotty and I worked in tandem. We wouldn't have known had someone not notified us. And GroupMe is nice because you don't have your email up. It's an app. You can see if there's a notification pending.
Yeah.
It's a little red.
Slack has an app as well. It's
Yeah.
apparently large enough that my phone is not happy, but I may have too many pictures of my nieces and nephews on the phone. It could be that.
Yeah.
And we have GroupMe set up 24/7 for that for late and emergency, that sort of thing, but it also has an office mode, so you can set working hours, like if the app only functions from like 8 to 5.
So it only notify you those hours.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
cool.
Well, that's.
All of us know 24 hours, make sure.
Yeah.
It's really helped us a lot with communication problems.
And that's in your notes.
Yes.
Oh, she's got great notes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Did you open the doc?
Yep.
I
I'm
sent it
looking
to
at
the entire, so it's a Google Doc that I'm putting notes in.
I gotta be honest, I stopped taking notes when I saw how nice yours are.
She's in grad school, so you know. she's-
Oh, there you go.
I was like, I'll take. So everyone has rights to view it and comment. So if something's not right, I don't know if you people on the digital screen, if something's not right, let me know and I'll fix it. That goes to you, Erin, because I think I got the numbers. I'm not sure.
So one last comment on this, because we are, 11 o'clock, we were supposed to start on Candace's topic, which we will just throw it out there. I just wanted to let everyone know that after our meeting Monday with the CIOs and the CICD group, Roanoke College, which they've been to ACCS before, but I don't think they didn't come last year, or maybe not the year before, I'm not really sure. But their CIO left, and so one of their fill-ins is the help desk manager or user support manager. And so she joined this group, but she's on vacation. I invited her to come here. They have an extensive onboarding program for their students that if she's happy to share with the group, I'll contact her and ask her to do that. But they actually have a budget to hire students, whereas we have work study students. And our GAs will not have a stipend this year, so they're basically working off their credit hours, but they actually have a student budget, so they treat them like full-time staff. Technically, I guess they are, but it's pretty cool. So I'll ask her if she'll share that with the group.
Yeah, that'd be awesome, 'cause that's what we're trying to do, is like a more formal approach to it. And
Yeah, when I saw it, I was like, oh, I don't have to read it.
No.
But then every time you change something, you have to change it in 2 places, the wiki, and then go back into the course and make sure it's correct. So
Yeah.
using Blackboard. So you
Oh,
have to-
okay.
We're trying to do like a course class. and
I
things.
had started doing something similar for training purposes and then other things.
That's what always happens.
Yeah.
I feel like
Then-
our
then-
onboarding process kind of looks like yours does, the way you explained it. And we're trying to move away from that, something that is more formalized, where it's sort of like 2 hours of training in the morning, 2 hours of shadow in the afternoon, and then like a quiz at the end of the day through Blackboard.
And you know, ours might always be these until we change the way we operate, which would be students only do certain things.
Yeah.
And they're not expected to know the gamut, and then we leave the gamut to be the full-time who act more as like a tier 2 in-house,
And I,
which is ideally, I
Yeah,
think,
right now,
where we kind of
I
want to
feel like
go.
all we have is tier 1 and then tier 3.
Exactly. So if we could change our support model so the students are just expected to know those 20 things, and that's all we need to train them on, it would be more efficient.
that's what our CIO has been discussing with me is the idea of having essentially a menu of there's 10 to 20 things our students are experts, for lack of a better word, at fixing. They know how to do this, they know how to do that. And we make that a known quantity of if you come to the students at the help desk, this is the help you can absolutely expect to get. If you end up needing help beyond that, or if you know you need help beyond that, you're going to want to put in a ticket or call the number that reaches me, essentially, for now at least. Like I said, we're feeling all this out as we're trying to iron out this and that kink. But yeah, so that is something we've discussed as well, is the idea of making limiting what we expect our students to know how to fix, but also making it a known quantity at the university of this is what our students will absolutely be able to help you with. Password resets, network connectivity, logging into Student Live for students, logging into this and that. Yeah, that's in the works.
Well, our students, that's our goal, but we have some students that know more and do more.
Yeah.
So we're kind of like that, you know, we kind of go from level 1, we jump over level 2 sometimes to level 3. And, you know, it depends on the situation. The student that answers the thing, what they know.
Do you have, and I know we're still off topic, I'm sorry, but do you have, I know we discussed,
Yeah.
we discussed with VCU a week ago, 2 weeks ago, whatever it was. We had a telephone conference with them and got a copy of their pay and tiering model for the students. Our students right now are all at one pay scale, one tier of expectations and so forth. And it's great for the incoming, although we'd love to pay them more, and that's another discussion. It's great for the incoming, you know, just starting out students, and for the students who may not be as tech savvy and have no interest in becoming more tech savvy and whatever, they can stay at that level. But there are some who come in knowing more as much as the technicians who are working in the back and who are just brilliant and or have done IT work before and so forth. And so the tiered system that you guys have, my CIO quickly just crossed out all the VCU and put in
Yeah.
CNU, and was like, this I like.
That's perfect.
So anyway, do you guys have a tiered kind of thing? I know you said with work study, you don't really have the option to pay them differently, but do you have any tiers for what they're expected, what they're granted access to?
Well, the supervisor.
We have two basically, and it's the monetary difference is not, it's like a quarter. Honestly, it's like $725 entry level, and then you can go to $735 if they're beyond entry level, and then it's $750 for student supervisor or extensive knowledge, one of the two. So it's about those tiers, and those are based on our student employment office, not IT's office, because they're work study. So, yeah, I agree with you, and I think that's what Roanoke College does. Because they have a student budget, they can hire non-work study, and they do a screening just like they would for a staff member.
That's what we do.
Well, I screen them, but
We interview them.
pickings are slim.
Well, we frequently end up saying, yes, by all means, you're all hired, but let's do the interviews anyway, because, we need the bodies sometimes. So, yeah.
What is your take? So we were in that same thing where we had to hire them at such a low rate, and we were stuck with that stupid 10% raise echelon that our HR was pushing us at. So we were like, how can we work around this? So entry levels, our junior tech, their pay ranges from $850 to $10. We can hire them anywhere in that range for entry level. Then we have our senior techs, which is $10.50 to $12, which we most of the time promote our junior techs into senior techs like after 6 months to a year if they're doing really, they're shining stars. Or we'll hire some people like that. Or sometimes never. And then we have our lead tech who are kind of like our top dogs who've been there a while, or they're specialized, they're hired for specialized support. Like they're usually even hourly employees that are not students at VCU that we just hire from the general public that want to, get help desk experience. And those start at $13.50 an hour, and we go up to $15.
And these are non-student.
So it's a mix of both.
Or mix,
We dropped
okay.
the work study things, we were just burning out their hours. Like they couldn't, by the time October would hit around, they'd work through all their hours.
By the time you get them even
On board.
basic confident about the core things, they would run out of hours. So you have to convert them to regular student workers.
So we hired regular student workers, and then we hired hourly employees as well to help supplement.
Some of our students end up staying until they find a full-time job, so then.
There's some conversion there from
Yeah.
student workers to.
So yeah, some will hang around. I mean, that's what I did.
So
We all kind of did. I was a student worker.
I remember that. Here, they really push the federal work study.
Yeah.
They want to hire as many students
I
in
get
federal
it.
work study as they can. So at the beginning of the fall semester, that is all we can hire. I have been contacted by probably a half a dozen students this summer wanting a job at the help desk. And the first thing I have to do is check with our student employment coordinator and say, okay, are they eligible? Are they federal work study? No. So I can't even interview them at this point. I've got to try to fill all my positions with federal work study. And then if I have anything left and I still need students, then I can wait about 2 months and hire somebody else.
It's the only thing about that, once you get a work study student trained, the next year.
Yeah, usually
don't
they
have
stick
work
with
study.
me though. Most of mine will stay all 4 years.
Even with work study. Oh, yeah, most of the time I lose work study student within a year.
Yeah,
I mean,
VCU.
the following year, I think I had one student that kept for 2 years.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure 90% of work study at VCU are freshman, sophomore, and then after that, they get jobs in the city
Yeah.
or other parts of the university that don't have work study.
Our stay, typically
Since everybody on campus is doing work study, there's nowhere else for them. I mean, they can go somewhere else, but they're gonna make the
Yeah,
same
that's
thing.
it.
But no, the most mass, they lose their work study.
Oh,
So they don't. not
Well, once
engage
they're
in
in,
that.
gotcha.
Yeah.
once they're in and they've got the job, even if they lose their work study, they're in.
it's like grandfathered in.
Oh,
We don't
okay.
have to let them go.
Like if she doesn't have summer students in the library help desk, but I do in IT help desk. So if I hire someone that's a local access student or I have your commuter student, then they kind of are grandfathered in to the work study
that gets them in the door. So we don't have to let them go then, they can stay.
But she doesn't have
Oh,
summer
yeah.
students. so
Yeah,
she
I don't
doesn't
have that option.
So when they run out of their stipend, or do they not run out of their,
They do,
do you then have to pay for it?
we have to pay for it out of
That's
our
what
budget.
Saturday does.
I
Which
think
is happening in
basically
like
keep
October.
Yeah.
Yeah, the paperwork was.
No, I usually make it till about June, is that right, Jack?
Yeah.
Where I'm like, hey, I need an account number.
Well, that's coming out of us anyway, because it's summer. But for mine, usually I've got students that won't work all of their, and get all their allotment, and then some that'll work every hour you'll let them have, you know? So then it come about spring semester, I'm like, okay, just work your assigned hours, no more, you know?
Correct.
Yeah, but as long as I don't go over the bottom line, then I'm okay.
Do you all have a cap on how many hours a work study with the money aside? Only 15 hours a week, is that what, is that state thing?
Oh, ours is like
Ours is
less,
It
it's
actually
7
is
hours for
dropping.
freshmen, 8,
7 and a half.
7 and a half,
Ours is
8
15
and
to
10 or
12.
something.
No,
That's a
we
week.
dropped down to
Oh, it
9.
dropped out 9 from 10 to 9?
During the academic term, in the summer, I could work a work
Right,
study 40
right,
hours. But during the academic term,
Yes. Yeah, like I says, ours is low. It's
yeah,
what, from
wow.
7 to 9.
I thought ours was
depending on
low. I was
class.
still
That's
better.
based on their how much they can earn.
Glad we can make you feel better.
Freshmen can make less than seniors.
Yeah, if they're not able to work that much, then
Right.
they do their stuff. See, ours was 20, but then they moved to 15, and we're just like, it's a waste.
Oh,
We
it's
hire people, we
crazy.
have to work them in just 20 hours a week. Pretty
Trying
much
to
work they
schedule.
put into them.
Yeah, and around their class schedule, yeah.
That's why we got it.
I can't imagine what that would be like with that size staff, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we actually have a massive Google spreadsheet that we use where they input these
that's what I
drop
do too.
downs.
Yeah.
Their hours that are available, and then that creates like a graphical block that's, really it mimics our scheduling software. We use When to Work. Which
Highly
is-
recommend it.
Really, when to work.
$500 a year for us, it's even cheaper with a lesser amount of employees.
And you can
Sweet.
put availability directly into When to Work. We just didn't like the functionality because we couldn't lock it down. Essentially, the students are allowed to change it at any time, that software.
And when to work, they can change it.
But what we do with the sheet is that we give them access and then we revoke access. We make it view only after a certain amount of time. And then we just sort of look at that. We have that up on one monitor and then the When to Work on the other. And they're both essentially graphical scheduling software. So I don't have to enter in, oh, I want somebody to work from 9 to 5. I can actually look and see and say, oh, well, here's 9 o'clock, here's 5 o'clock. I've got 3 people back here. I'll put one there. So it's really useful.
Yeah, when we got When to Work, it was like a life changer, because we were just doing it like on spreadsheets.
Yes, which is what we're doing.
I remember our whole boss back in the day would just hand us our schedule for the next week, hopefully, not, you know, but yeah, I think it's like $250 for up to 20. We have up to 50 and it's 500 a year, but it's totally worth it. And they can view it online anywhere they're at, they can email them their schedule, they can sync it with their Google calendar. There's an app now, so there's no excuse for them not to know when they're supposed to work.
Sometimes it still reckons that. I don't understand.
I
didn't know I was supposed to work.
It's not that they don't know, so they don't know where to look.
Well, that's our problem. We've had so many locations now.
Yeah.
Downtown, uptown, remote phones, phones on campus. One of the 2 locations we have phones.
Yeah.
We're all on
Hopefully not for
So, let's move into operations, incident management, ticket triage, routing, chat, email. We use School Dude for our incidents reporting. Our physical plant department used it for maintenance work orders, and it has an IT part, so we just piggybacked onto them, and we don't have to have our separate work order systems. It does asset management. It's pretty extensive. So we moved from Trackit to that about 2.5 years ago. And our students at the help desk can enter work orders. If they can't answer the question over the phone or answer the email, then they escalate it to a technician. We don't have chat. Not sure if I would even want it. So I was interested to see what you guys think about that.
avoid it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a pain to staff and to make sure that they're looking at the queue unless you have a distribution system that will automatically route chats to an available agent.
Okay. We don't have with our current one, and we're missing chats. And we're only, I mean, the usage of it, we're probably averaging 20 a week. And now granted, we have limited hours, but it's like 9 to 5, 9 to 4, but
But it's
it's just
funny
not as used as.
because we have a student technology committee, and didn't they say when you ask them, like what would be their preferred contact method, and they said chat?
Yeah, but they have to log into our services team to get to the chat button.
That's true. I think they want to be able to like text in, is what they really want to do. But we have like an instant messaging thing that's built into Service Desk.
Okay.
Who was part of the student technology committee? Is that the entire, they're supposed to represent everyone?
I'm the chair, so each welcome week for the fall semester, we advertise that it's a committee, they'll get $100 stipend at the end of the term, which is fall and spring semester. There's one meeting, it's a meeting once a month, there's 3 in the fall semester, 4 in the spring. We don't meet in December and don't meet in May. And we provide them lunch, and solicit topics from technology service for other department groups, sometimes outside departments. And we'll discuss them, get student feedback on things that we might be working on, like sometimes preview them, like a new website or something, get their feedback on it.
But these aren't students that work for you. These
No,
are
No,
completely different.
these are just,
Where do you get them?
we just have them fill out an application, try to get varied out, so we get people from different majors, different levels.
What is it, like between 12 and 15 a year?
Yeah.
Do you have involvement with your student government when you make changes and
We
decisions?
will
We want
Well,
more now.
We've invited them several times, and they never responded.
They never come to us, we have to go to them.
And now
You
one
have
of our
one of
student
our
representatives
students.
is on SGA,
Yeah.
so that's gonna help you.
He's a real go-getter.
Quiet.
So he came to us and was like, we need to be involved somehow, because they've passed some resolutions that haven't gone anywhere, mostly because they don't seem to talk with anybody else.
Well, I love SGA, they pass resolutions, and it's like, that's not even feasible.
Yeah.
Like, what you're asking for things that we cannot even give. And like, but we want it, and we're SGA, so.
But
Now, anytime SGA has a technology topic, and of course, we can see in our agendas, but if they have a technology-related topic, they invite us. They never come to us ever, we have to go to them. We have to go to the formal meeting and wait to be, give them permission to speak.
Yeah, right?
But yeah, they will, and then if we have something big, if we're changing, like, I know when we get ready to revamp this RTA program, it's going to have, my VP is going to send me straight to SGA to, not necessarily vet it, but yeah, of course, yeah. We're not looking for them to say, yes, you can, or no, you can, but we need to sell it to them. So, and ask for their feedback on what they would like to see in the restructure. So if we don't, we get roasted in there. Roasted.
Yeah.
Good times.
SGA will have one member on our student technology advocate, and I think we wanted to do non-SGA people as well, because I feel like there's a certain type of student that's involved in SGA that it's not necessarily representing the average student.
I agree.
So it's good to get that perspective from other majors and people that may not want to commit that much to the SGA. But
And then when I was
do one
there-
meeting a month and get that lunch,
Do you do student surveys?
Yeah, there's student satisfaction surveys that go out once a year.
Once, or maybe, I think he does one in the spring, one in the fall.
And we actually discussed the results in the staff meeting.
That's a lot more. That survey, we can take them and say, yeah, your executive committee says this, but here's actually what the students want. And we can actually use that against other departments as well. Say they don't want to have those ugly printers spread around the law library. Oh my God, they look awful.
Ours are in
Students-
a printer corral. So there's a spot in the center of the library that's sort of like walled off. That's where all the printers are. You can't see them when you walk in, but if you turn the corner, oh, there are all the printers that come.
Ours are just here and there.
Yeah.
Littered about.
But it is good, I guess the students really are the customer, right? And so if you can get the students to tell you what they want, and that's what we do. Our surveys, sucked at one point. They were like, how great a job are we doing? Are we doing a really great job? A super great job.
Are we really, really awesome?
But it is, yeah. But over time, we've gotten the students actually, we've developed surveys that sort of like, how satisfied are you with the service? I'm not so satisfied. What part? So they're branch surveys, which are available in a lot of survey tools now. So if you say, I hate this, we say, okay, what do you hate about it? And that has actually given us a huge amount of, power to say, okay, our customer base, which everybody in the university, no matter how much they hate them, has to admit it, their customer base really wants you to have printers in your library, where they really want to have, they don't give a damn about this chat client, but what they really want is they want us to be open on Sundays at 9 a.m. Because that's when they're going to start stuff. So.
I feel like with our department, there is focus on students as our customers, but I feel like our primary customers are actually staff and faculty. And that's who they focus on trying to please and trying to help and assist. The biggest student complaint we always get is just network. Wireless sucks.
Yeah.
Why can't I get wireless in the middle of the street?
Why can't I play
On
League of
the street that's
Legends
not
in my
on campus
dorm?
anymore.
I need to play Pokemon Go, or can I access the from my apartment on
Can I please have advanced port routing so that I can play this particular game?
Exactly, in my dorm. That's our biggest student complaint. They don't really care about anything.
I think the majority of our core services are at a point where what they have to do that has to do with their academics is working in such a way that we don't have complaints. But we get stuff all the time from
Not to
staff
mention the
where
fact, though, that they don't know better. They,
And I
they're,
think that a lot
especially
of
if they've come up as, freshmen to your university, this is what your university tells them is available. They say, okay.
Yeah.
And then they spend 4 years saying, okay,
Yeah, they don't really question it or demand as much.
it's what's there.
But if they want wireless in the middle of the street, then maybe we ought to, maybe we ought to give them wireless in the middle of the street. Our biggest complaint for years was, oh, the wireless sucks, the wireless sucks, the wireless sucks.
Yeah.
Well, finally we got a new CIO and he's like, guys, the wireless sucks. And we just, there's a wireless access point in every room now. Now we don't get that, now I don't get the call at 6 a.m.
Yeah, we have that.
Yeah, well, 'cause then you're ready to speed.
Wow.
Search any university student that are abbreviation and Wi-Fi together and Twitter.
Yeah.
Every university's Wi-Fi sucks.
No matter how great
Oh,
it
yeah.
is.
Right.
It's just a limitation of the technology.
My
Exactly.
question then is, how many dorm rooms do you have?
Our network lead pointed out to me when he and I were talking about it, and he asked, I said, our major ticket is wireless sucks, wireless sucks, wireless sucks. I know you guys are working on it. What's going on? And he said that the infrastructure for CNU, and really probably for every university, was not designed for the number of devices that are connected to our wireless now. Once upon a time, a student brought a desktop, and that's what the infrastructure was designed for. Now a student brings a laptop, an iPad, an iPhone, whatever other tablet, their Xbox that they hope can connect wirelessly, but it won't support that. But there's in addition to the student population growing, the device count per student has tripled at least. And the infrastructure, even with the best wireless access points, the cabling is just not designed for that workload. So networking, he said, at ours at least, is playing a massive game of catch up of trying to fix and upgrade as they can to get everything up to the point that it can handle the device load now, which in 4 years is probably going to quadruple or something like that, just based on the bandwidth that the devices need. But it's a never-ending chase, I think, for
It's true,
networking.
since the advent of the iPad and the iPhone, it's just changed the ball on everything. And we have great network support at our
Luckily for us,
university.
we don't have to go through an ISP. We
Yeah.
are our own.
We are an ISP, we do it all, and we have a ton of stuff being pumped into our network, but they're still
I think also the other support factor is, I think sometimes the rest of TS, we're operations, so we face the customer every day, whether that's faculty, staff or students, they're all the same to
Or
us.
parents or members of the
Right.
community that want to call us for help as well.
And I think the IT folks in the tier 3 group, and sometimes in the tier 2 group, forget that the students still are customers. And so like, we know that like on the hub is annoying to download software and it's awful and trying to do it sometimes can get really convoluted for people who are not tech savvy. But I think the students, you're right, don't know what questions to ask. Or they're just so used to just whatever, like they don't complain or question. They're just like, oh, this is just how it is.
This is the service I'm handed, okay.
Okay, whatever. And so they kind of just, you know, roll over on it.
I don't think
Apple's been doing that to them for years.
Yeah.
They've grown up literally.
Exactly.
But now, like what we're noticing is like other departments are starting to like listen to the students or the staff, you know, because the staff aren't really heard that much either. And, you know, they kind of get taken advantage of. Faculty, of course, you know,
Yeah,
we love our faculty.
And I don't feel like we ever get tickets in through our ticket management system from the students. Like
Right.
maybe if they've been directed by one of us over the phone to
Right.
submit a ticket.
Or
Does anybody else
researcher grants to-
have tickets come in direct?
When they call you, don't you create a ticket?
We do,
Yeah,
but sometimes they've
Self-service.
something,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, we do. We train our RAs to use School Dude when their residents go to them, they're the go-to person, and then they have access to School Dude so that they can create a work order. And then it goes into an unassigned queue, and one of us has to assign it to a technician.
Well, and basically, before we moved to School Dude, physical plant was using School Dude. And I guarantee you, if the showers don't work or their AC doesn't work, they had no problems putting in a ticket for physical plant. So when we started implementing the same software, I think that's what facilitated it, because they were used to
Right,
already
they knew
using
it.
that.
Mhm.
Now they're just using the same application, but a different piece of it to go to IT. Otherwise, I'm not sure either that we would have, but because beforehand, we wouldn't get that many.
Yeah.
Well,
Student self-service, we get a fair number of those. They're primarily TV's not working, wireless in my room isn't working, the toilet is overflowed, the shower stopped working. At which point we said, maybe we should get planned ops into the same ticketing
Yeah,
system.
right.
And housing was the first ones to join because of how many tickets we were getting for students that were maintenance or housing related. And we took that list to housing and said, we could actually help track this for you if you, so anyway. So now we use Landesk through the whole college for the most part. We've, as I said earlier, we've tried to onboard all of the IT-like groups. So PCSE has their own IT group. The library has their own IT person, and so forth. But also we've onboarded plant ops and housing and the maintenance, facilities maintenance guys and so forth. There was some push from them to go with School Food actually, primarily because the person in particular who was pushing that way knows it, is familiar with it, and knows that it can do exactly what he wants it to do. It's laid out. And Landesk was great a tool as it can be, as a sandbox. It's a giant, imminently morphable sandbox. And if you have the resources to dedicate to morphing it for what you need it to be, it's awesome. But we don't necessarily have those resources, so changes to Landesk itself are slow moving for us. Even I think more so than for you guys who have two people who, you
It's not hard, though. It's really not.
Oh, it's not.
They
It's
need
not.
the whole thing.
Like,
really-
that product needs so much configuration.
Right. And in order to really get it where you want it to be, you have to have at least one, depending on your size, person
Just that.
just focused on Landesk until it's where you want it to be. And even then, they need to be still have that be part of their job for any changes that come down the pike. We had somebody whose job was 25 to 50% Landesk, and he left, and they didn't really shift those responsibilities except to the next most knowledgeable person who has no real programming experience and is learning as I can.
You need a
So-
full-time person or someone
I'm sorry?
dedicated. You have a full-time, had a 50% of someone's full-time job was just Windows?
More or
Just
less.
management
Yeah.
job?
And that's,
The whole
that's-
university is on it,
oh my
I mean, it makes
Yeah.
sense if everybody's using
Well,
it.
we have everybody on it. We
Yeah.
had to, and thankfully, we got the major changes plant ops needed in terms of preventative maintenance schedule and changing their ticket formatting to be more paper friendly because they don't have all of their workers using iPads yet. So they needed to be able to print something off and hand it to somebody. Thankfully, we got all of that done right before he left, right before he told us he got a better offer. But yeah, with the entire university on it, you absolutely, I mean, I would love to have had more of his time. And my supervisor at the time, since changing with somebody else, but who was our project management guy, really wanted as much of John's time as he could get because Landesk is so robust but so thick. Such a thing to wade through to get the processes flowing the way you want them to flow. And once you really get into it, you can get incredibly specific. You can have this exact kind of ticket. If it comes in with these parameters, it flows in exactly this way. It can skip all the unnecessary intermediary steps, or it can sit for X amount of time and then generate another. I mean, there's a ton you can do with it. But yeah, we had, like I said, it was 25%, sometimes 50% of John's job to focus on Landesk as we got the whole university under it. And then, of course, he's gone, and now any changes that we're trying to make are me working when I can, in addition to the help desk stuff that we all do. So our changes in Landesk now are very slow coming, but that's just where we are right now.
So you do workflow, you're not just work orders and incidents, you do workflow, you do inventory? Is all that
Inventory
in?
management is done in Management Suite, which is actually handled by our systems guys, and one of the tech services, the desktop support guys, handles Management Suite mostly. But I'm getting more and more into that because it's also where we do our remote desktop support. Workflow, in terms of ticket systems, we can route it to any of the departments that we've pulled into Landesk, which, you know, I have, most folks at least have a footprint in Landesk, so I can route it to them. Requests, we can follow requests from their creation through their approval, depending on the type of request, if it's a purchase request or something like that, all the way through to actual implementation. You can do sub-tickets of tickets, you can do tasks, there's all kinds of stuff you can do. We created a preventative maintenance module for plant ops, which John and I worked on together to get it working just right, wherein they just have to create a request and set it to repeat every X days. And then what that ticket does sits in their queue. They haven't used it much at all, honestly, which is much work as we do, which they would, but nonetheless. It sits in the queue in the scheduled tasks, and every, say, 30 days, it pops open, it creates an incident, sends it to the right department and says, hey, you need to go and do X on such and such machine. And it can get granular down to exactly which machine, which object, and the system needs the filter clean, needs the
That's a
plugs
lot more
checked.
powerful than what we use.
Yeah, it's crazy powerful. I mean, it's designed ultimately as a the suites between management console and service desk. And I think they may have one other that nobody really talks about much or uses. I don't really remember where they're working on. But anyway, but between those two, their goal, their idea is that it's your one-stop shop. It's your knowledge base, it's your ticket system, it's your request system, it's your maintenance system, it's your inventory tracker, it's your change management, it's your everything. And it's all there in the package when you purchase it. Out of the box, it's robust but unwieldy. And to get it to look like what you want it to look like, to get the workflows to where you want it to be, requires resources, so lots of resources, as opposed to other less malleable, less powerful tools, but that are out of the box, ready to go. Not to sound like a sales rep, but I've actually, I've been, you know, they had just started the switch to Landesk when I started at SIG. I was there a month learning Landesk and still using their old ticket system before they switched entirely to Landesk. And I've been, you know, there have been so many gripes and complaints about it just because it's not as easy as the previous system, which was HelpSpot. But I've been the biggest proponent of it because I've been in the guts of it and can say it can do so much, but the biggest hurdle is time and resources.
I think that like brings up a good point because, you know, with everything pushing towards a bigger picture type scenario where it's not just a help desk ticket routing tool anymore. It's something that talks to your asset management, it's something that talks to your change management. Like these are, I mean, Landesk specifically and like ServiceNow is a big thing as well. They're service management enterprise level tools, which have all of these things that are talking within this one big sandbox type thing. So it's really not, it's like we migrated from just, oh, this is a ticket or work order to being this huge thing where it's like incident process or request process or these types of things. And that's what we're trying to get a handle on at BCU. We used to use Remedy. We basically implemented Landesk 2 years ago. We basically just copied what we did in Remedy and threw it in Landesk, and it's not working. So now we're actually having to go back and figure out how do we actually define what's the process that an incident takes from closed to open? What's the process that a request takes from closed to open? And set those parameters with that. But it's a work in progress. And we all know it's resources, time, and money.
Yeah.
How many people do you have to do it that also have to do their normal job?
Right.
And I wish we were able to get the commitment from other departments that you had.
Yeah.
Because then we would get
We're
money
already,
in from other.
Right.
that's a problem, yeah, we're not all in one ticketing system, because we don't have
Facilities.
control.
Yeah,
Facilities uses Quick FM.
that was
Other departments using case, you know.
one of the good things that our previous CIO did was to really help push to get it unified. And again, there's even still some resistance and some, oh, but HelpSpot is, or not HelpSpot, School Dude is simpler. But, you know, the fact that we are, that it is all in one system means that any erroneously entered tickets don't just disappear with a "that's not our job" attitude.
Right.
Tickets that students send to housing for wireless issues aren't just a call from housing and closed on their end. It's, you know, we can track the life cycle of student put it in on such and such date, it went to housing, housing said, oh wait, that's not us, send it to IT, IT processed it appropriately or something like that. I mean, we can follow it from cradle to grave.
For everybody, for everything.
Right, for everybody, for everything, which I love. And I'm, you know, if we stick with, there's been some discussion with the new CIO whether we're going to stick with Landesk or move to a different product. He points out that even if we do move to another product, it's generally at least a year to adopt, to get everyone transitioned to, and then you have your own growing pains with that. So I think he's kind of leaning towards sticking with Landesk, at least for the time being. You know, with everybody involved and everybody invested in it, we can, you know, just have that blanket coverage, that blanket understanding of, you know, and a misrouted ticket isn't a big deal anymore. It's not, you know, and there's so little, I hated when students would call and essentially or parents or teachers or whomever, and it was another department's job. This is something that drove me nuts, having to say when I first got there, that's not IT, let me direct you to who that is. And I still have to do some of that, but not nearly as much, because now at the very least I can say, that's not us, but I can put a ticket in for you, and I can give you that ticket number, and I will forward it to the people it is, and let me give you their phone number as well, instead of just not us, can't help you.
Yeah.
And that, to me, that's horrible.
We,
I hate that.
we have an entire ticket format in LandDesk.
Yeah.
That is just referral to another department.
Where it's really just us, like, we're referring them on the phone, saying, let me transfer you, but then we have to log that interaction, to say we refer them directly to registration. So it's not like we can just transfer any ticket.
Have you guys
Transfer.
discussed at all with, and this may be a bigger headache than you want to think about on a day away from ECU, but with your other groups or even your other IT-like silos, the notion of pulling them
Those are the
into,
ones that are most resistant.
well, I'm sure they are,
Yeah.
honestly, because they have their thing, they know their thing, and they will configure.
The only way anything's gonna change is if the president pretty much says, y'all need to do this.
Right.
And the board of visitors make a mandate. Because right now, even though we're central IT, we do have, the only control we really do have on is information security stuff. But not on forcing people to use an application that we're all on the same thing. Every department pretty much can do whatever they want.
Lock their things down behind LandDesk.
Well, I was like, we can tell the network and all their accounts, we can just disable everything. And be like, go to my gunpoint.
If you don't
Yeah.
use our system, you can't use
Well, and I
your
know,
system.
like, Alice's team, her team wanted in on service desk to be able to communicate with us because they're IT for library.
Right.
But the other half of the folks who make the decisions don't want to do it because they want to have their control over it. So then they're like having to use pretty much two systems.
And the only reason that I think information security has been so effective in terms of us being able to oversee all that is because they can see real world consequences of it.
Yes.
When a School of the Arts has had their WordPress site hacked for the 10th time
Yeah.
in a year, you know, it's like, oh, well, maybe they need to be using the centralized WordPress installation and have some real security on it.
You know, what point do you have to get to before it makes sense?
Right.
Did you ever have something like in the history, like when the college was
Marvel
smaller?
now.
Yeah, I'm asking on person.
She wants to study.
Yeah, it was more centralized, but it's one of those things, it's a cycle. So when I first got there, back in 1980, everything was centralized. Then after a couple of years, people, different departments wanted to do their own thing. So it got decentralized and it stayed that way maybe 5 years. And then it would come back and be centralized. So it's just sort of a back and forth thing.
That's interesting. And I think a lot of it too is you have these long histories, and we're in a different world now. Like we talked about with the network demands, for example. Like, technology in the classroom is ramped up. People are using, it's not the same world it was 20 years ago, even 10. So hopefully we'll see some different changes because we do all have to work more together than we ever had to before. You
I
can't
was
just
there when
maintain
there
your
were no
own WordPress
seats.
thing anymore because it's going to cause security issues for universities.
But I think it's something that we have to be cognizant of is being adaptable to other people's needs.
Yeah.
Like our media support services group is in charge of maintaining, along with labs and classrooms computing, all of the podium computers and lab computers around the university. And there are some schools that don't want them to have any control over that. They maintain their own classrooms and their own labs because media support wants all of the classrooms to have the same software and have the same setup, regardless of the needs of the individual group. It's like School of the Arts is completely on their own thing. They have these smart whiteboards in all the classrooms versus the rest of the school with centralized systems which have a standard whiteboard and projector. So I think that that battle of being centralized versus decentralized, it also has a lot to do with central IT's own flexibility and the kind of demands that we're pushing back on.
Yeah, you have to have some, like, we're talking about training students, if you're set 10 things they're supposed to know, central IT has to do a set thing that they can support, and the one-offs, you can't really, it's too big. It's too big.
Well, yeah, especially for a college your size.
I mean, we have at least 10 other IT departments. Minimum. We think of all the schools, everything, probably more like 15. Wow. So having us all talk together, that don't work. I mean, I met with all
Most
the
of the
IT
time.
directors 2 weeks ago, because we opened up down there. It was 10 directors I've talked to, all run their own IT departments for their own schools. School dentistry has their own, school pharmacy has their own, school nursing has their own. And they're all like, this is how we like to do it. And I'm like, we'll never be consensus.
They have to end up calling you
I know, that's
on things anyway,
I know.
so we can only do so much and then, like, okay, let's try to figure it out.
The library IT is great.
Do you share engineers and system people?
So what we'll do is we'll run some of the major business applications and they can use it if they want to. I mean, everybody's using our authentication, obviously, network, obviously, but, so like the mail system we run, I'll use it. The biggest one-offs are their like ticketing systems that they don't decide to use, or if they, on the side, when I set up their own server in a closet behind your desk, and the CIO or ISO finds out and like, you need to be at the data center that we run downtown, so. It's mostly, the small stuff. Great.
Okay, I think we're at a good stopping point for lunch. Good conversation. I want to introduce the new arrival. These are the user support technicians, and we have one student. This is Sherry Singleton. She maintains our labs and classrooms that we were talking about. They can't believe that faculty have admin rights on those machines. This is Kenneth Shively. He's our student assistant this summer. Tom Holm, he is a software tech, and he focuses on Macs with Casper. Julie Allen, she is a software tech. She is working on our upgrades for faculty and staff and new faculty that are incoming now. And Michael Johnson, he is our hardware tech, and he handles printers, and he loves them. So there are sandwiches and lunch provided outside to help yourself. I think I told you guys where the restrooms are, and we can kind of do a working lunch, and everybody can just chat and network and what have you, and then we'll reconvene in about an hour.
Thank you.
I know it. I just don't know how to use it. I want to know.
Somebody can Jackie a stick.
Jackie kidnapped the stick. She just took it.
I just took the stick.
It's a fishing pole.
It's a fishing pole? What am I fishing
It's a
for?
dirt pole.
It's a cat toy?
A cat
Don't
toy.
tell Julia.
Do you guys recycle? There may be some out in the hallway, and we have some mixed recycled bins.
Look what I did now.
Yeah, there's
Something bit me at the picnic table. They're all teasing me, my arm's gonna fall
Wow.
off.
It's the same side too.
I know. It's hot. I was doing some research last night.
I think the bugs are getting more venomous. I told you about my bee sting. It's about to drive me insane.
That's how I get if I just sound like my yellow jacket or something.
I think it was,
Yeah.
I think what I discovered last night, chiggers have little larvae and they bite. And I think that's what it is, but it's on fire and it's driving me crazy.
Yeah, the more you scratch it, like.
Well, I'm trying not, I just do this.
Get your cold soda and just hold it
That's
there.
what Lee said, get some ice, honey.
Yeah, I did.
It's like, what is it? The bugs are just wanting to eat me this summer.
I go get it checked out, stuff there.
So I was trying to watch.
Well, I've already taken a whole antibiotics for the other one. Get some lunch.
Oh, well.
Is this what schools are represented here?
The biggest chunk is actually VCU, but she was saying, they all have different, like each school has their own.
Oh, yeah.
But Longwood is here, but he was from W&L, and Christopher Newport. And like I said, all the ladies down on that end and the two gentlemen, so there's 5 of them. Actually 6 of them, because the libraries were on. 6 of them are VCU.
VCU is
Virginia Commonwealth and Richmond.
Richmond.
Yeah. And they do amazing things. They don't use Whatever. You don't want to hear that. You don't want to hear that part. Because they don't have to have, they don't have to just hire work
They're
study
state
like we do.
school.
They're state, yeah. And,
Well,
like,
even,
it's just the fact that the technology in the classrooms is mind.
I can't speak for the numbers, but it seemed evident to me, even when we went to, so, we were up to, what was it? Where we had the inaugural conference in 19.
Oh, Bridgewater?
Bridgewater.
Yeah.
That even
Well,
compared to
that's
schools
good to
our
know.
size,
We can
it seems
look
like our budget is.
And then go on.
It's crazy.
I don't understand from, outside of the department, I don't understand from the business point of view, where that's coming from, why it's been that way. Or if it's one of those, it's always been that way.
Right, that's that. And I try to argue, things are changing. I mean, look, technology used to maybe be kind of a sideline thing,
Right.
but it's key now.
It's infrastructure.
Absolutely. Not seeing it. How long is lunch break?
Until 1, but we're gonna have like a working lunch and just
That other trip.
network.
No,
and
I
chat.
just was.
And yeah, I was reading that too.
I've been arguing with everything because they're sending emails to the SIG. And then they're posting questions. I haven't been in this.
I almost went home. I don't know, I'm just concerned I was getting sick. I got a good night's rest. I'm like drained, like I'm lightheaded and tired, like I haven't slept, even though I have slept. So I'm just kind of waiting out, hoping it'll just go away.
Yeah. Sometimes it gets better than they do. I think it was yesterday, day before yesterday.
Ken was thinking it would just be being out in the heat this week.
Does that make sense? No, yesterday it didn't seem as bad today. It's horrible. I don't know if it's because it was later in the day.
Humidity up from the rain.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Is this your dining services / catering?
Yes.
Very good.
Yeah, to me, they do an awesome job.
Yeah.
They really do.
I'm always impressed with when I go into our cafeterias and stuff, what they can do on what I know their budget must be is impressive.
You will have.
It's in-house. And the main chef, he is a total nut, but he is amazing. Amazingly creative and just
Funny.
Really funny. Yeah, well, he's completely nuts.
Yes. We love Michael.
Yes. But I'm always impressed with the job they do.
They make the best pizza.
Yeah, see, some things that like in the dining hall, they always have pizza and pasta. And then they always have a sandwich bar, and then they have a salad bar. And then they'll have a couple of entrees, and there's always like a vegetarian entree. I guess you have to kind of do all these things these days. They did get permission, Sherry, to renovate the servery area next summer, so that's all happening.
What's that?
They're gonna renovate the whole servery area in the dining hall. So it'll be interesting to see how
When are they gonna do that?
they have all these different stations, but they all kind of put the people in the same place.
Yeah.
So it makes lines, and they're gonna renovate it so that they can break the lines up.
I'm curious, do you, as faculty and staff, get discounts of any sort or?
Yeah,
For lunch.
Yeah.
for lunch.
Yeah, I think it should be.
And then physical plant gets free meals.
One meal.
So does
per day.
One meal.
Senior does not do that.
It's a shame.
So, I mean, the closest thing we can get.
So there's no motivation for you to go there, huh?
Well, yeah, except that it's right there. So I
To
don't
me,
do it
it's,
often.
what is it, pay in advance, 4.5 or $4.75 a meal?
No, it's 5.25. Yeah.
Still, that's
Really?
Yeah.
for
To
And
go
it
into
went
the
up.
cafeteria
Oh,
side.
okay.
Yes, and it's six.
For all you can eat, yeah.
Right.
You can't get that going out anymore. Lunches are $10
I mean,
anywhere
we
you go.
pay
Yeah.
whatever.
You used to be able to get breakfast, but breakfast on the weekends for like $6.
Yes, that was a deal.
Well, see, what they have is, it's called LC Express, so we can open up an account and we put money on it. So it's, and because of that, then we get a discount of like $1.
They have that,
Yeah.
but it's just a, I think, 10% discount. But
But it doesn't get you a discount.
still leaves
Yeah,
it
you
at
don't get the.
$8. You go into one of the cafeterias where there's,
That's why it doesn't, we go for dinner, or say
Yeah,
it's,
for-
it's,
for,
or if they have like a social,
Like the tray.
Campus stuff. Like if you were to go.
I usually just, when I do eat on campus, just grab a slice of pizza. 'Cause that's $7.
yeah, we have other places
Yeah.
to eat on
Yeah,
campus.
they just-
Yeah,
right off that
we're
way.
regular,
Yeah.
we're opening up
And
again.
you grab a.
They're more expensive.
I mean, we're like right
More
now.
bang for your buck.
Yeah.
Which I mean,
Probably has more restaurants. per
It's true in
person.
CNU as
Yeah,
well,
right.
but
Exactly.
for the amount you would eat in one sitting. I mean, if you were gonna just go and hang out. you would, eat.
Graze all day.
Exactly. But for the amount you actually would eat in one meal. it's much cheaper to do that. Yes, we are.
I was just gonna say, earlier there was a question about how many classrooms we have computers in. Do you have a rough estimate, Sherry?
I can put it in my computer real quick and tell you, I have a spreadsheet, so I don't have to remember that.
Well, you know how many computers we have.
All told, that's my responsibility between labs and classrooms is almost 700 computers,
Wow. That is a lot.
almost 700.
And we have what, 20, labs, computer labs, so.
So I said 10 on the cash there.
I don't even know if we have that many labs.
Yeah.
Well, I noticed a lot of schools are doing away with labs. I know Shenandoah said that they've completely eliminated labs. So do y'all are seeing that you're reducing the number of labs?
Oh, yeah.
But see, the reason Shenandoah can do it is because they give every student a laptop. So, you know that everybody in class is gonna have one, but I don't think anybody else here at least is doing that.
CBC requires they come with a laptop.
Yeah, computer.
A computer. Well, I mean, well, that's true. I guess we're not requiring it.
Yeah, it's one of, they have to.
I got you.
It didn't-
Because, yeah, in that case, then you can say, we're not gonna have no labs.
We tried to get something off and around like that once where we were gonna have custom built laptops and everybody was gonna have their own, but we didn't get a lot of support.
Well, the other thing that's difficult is with certain software packages, that the students are required to have. I mean, like we can provide those at a reasonable cost in labs, whereas it might cost us outrageous amount of money to have to provide it for every student. And I see that trend shifting, because I look for more and more things to be like cloud-based and
Yeah,
and different
the
things.
direction we're heading is for VDI. And the school dentistry has been a guinea pig for that. They 158
Something like that.
virtual desktops.
But see, that's gonna depend on your applications, because we thought about that. But for instance, Adobe doesn't play very well with virtual desktop. So it all kind of depends on on what software you're using, as to whether or not that's gonna be worthwhile or not.
Some of our more specialized schools will run their own lab for that kind of stuff. Or arts does all their own stuff.
Okay.
It doesn't make sense to license it for the university, you know? Engineering. Yeah, engineering doesn't.
Okay. And then Tom is the one who finally got that wiki that I saw when I went to BCU. That was simply a gleam in my eye. He's the one that actually got it started and got it off the ground for us that we've been working with. So, I was actually looking at HelpSpot after you mentioned it earlier. Why did you guys move away from that? It looks awesome.
We were on HelpSpot.
Oh, I thought you
That was
said
us.
you guys were. Oh, okay, but you used to move to Landesk. Okay.
Yeah.
And after hearing what Landesk has done for you, I guess I can see why. But did you have complaints or issues with the HelpSpot?
The decision to move to HelpSpot or to Land Desk was made before I was
Okay,
hired,
okay, so
I
you're not
wasn't
sure.
really part of the conversation.
Because I want to talk to you about that later, Lisa. We need to look at it. It looks
Well,
awesome.
HelpSpot did the IT ticketing very well.
Okay, it was when you go beyond
I
IT.
think that's what the decision
Understood,
ultimately was.
understood. Okay.
So how many, Mac computers? do you have?
A lot.
What about you?
So if you're counting everything, we probably have about 100. And we have a lab of 9 computers, a lab of 10 computers, and a lab of 18. So that's what we have for labs on the main campus here.
Graphics, art,
So you have
music,
support-
and theater.
So y'all support staff also on the Mac?
Yeah, we do have some faculty members that opt to have like a MacBook or an iMac.
We actually have
instead of a
3
PC.
classrooms too that
I
are
was just
running
gonna
off
say.
Yeah.
Three classrooms.
much to our dismay.
And then our nursing department, they're just changed to where all of their faculty are gonna have MacBooks. And then all of their students.
All of their
have
students get
iPads.
iPad minis.
Yeah.
Once they hit the sophomore level. So because they do a lot of, well, they're small, so they take them with them on clinicals, and they do a lot of their activities and their reading and stuff through, I think it's, what, YouTube University?
And they have little apps for like anatomy
Yeah.
and learning of different medicine. There's like 5 little apps.
Yeah, that they use.
And they can update notes as well. So my doctor's office, the nurses and the doctors all have iPads, and they've got an app
Yeah.
that feeds into their.
Right, and so that way they get used to that process. I know they have like
I don't know whether.
a pretend electronic medical record program that they use, so that they learn how to enter in and record all the data when they go through their simulation process and so forth.
I feel like a lot of hospitals are transitioning away from physical beepers and using iPhone-based pagers. That's the case at UVA.
Interesting.
What about Chromebooks? How many, if any of those do you guys see and do you support?
Somebody tried to do it.
Okay, so, off the record, we'll support them, well, we'll do the best that we can.
Yeah.
But it is not acceptable by the computer initiative on campus as an acceptable mode, like, device. Neither of those, like, the Surface Pro 3 is, but not the older one. Tablets are not, they have to have like an actual laptop.
Something that can run Office, which I mean now with their iPads and
Right.
your Windows RT.
But they will run executables, not just apps.
Now,
Exactly.
it's funny, we have a Google Apps team where the instructor trainer person that was hired, actually was able to get like 20 or 15 or something Chromebooks purchased for lab use, but he doesn't really teach anymore, so I don't know what they're doing with them, but they.
I'm sure they're in his office.
Are we, one of the headaches we ran into with that, with Chromebooks and with tablets and so forth as well, last year, one of our big pushes was implementing a network access control program called OnGuard that looks to the health of a given machine. So we require Mac laptops and Windows-based laptops to download and install OnGuard. It checks and sees if they have an antivirus, and then gives them access to the network. If they don't, then it tells them you have 2 weeks. Get yourself an antivirus, and of course, we'll help them find and install a freebie. But Chromebooks don't play nicely with OnGuard. In fact, most Unix-based things don't play nicely with OnGuard. So what we end up, and we don't have many, thankfully. What we end up having to do is go in and make an exception for that device and tell the system to treat it more as a tablet, because those are automatically accepted right now. There's some talk about forcing those to have, but there's not really an OnGuard client that works on tablet yet. So So that's a whole other ball of wax. But anyway, yeah, so we get the occasional Chromebook and the student, saying, I can't access the network. Why? And,
Yeah.
it's because your device is, but it's not a laptop.
I mean, we have departments that, like, School of the Arts, all their students are on Macs. School of Engineering, they have that Windows machine because, the applications that they run only work on Windows machines. So there are departments that have very specific requirements, and then our tech store has a list of everything that there are, like, minimum requirements for, like, the university as a whole. So I've been noticing as I've been doing my student orientation and, working with the students more on a regular basis, I am noticing that those who are not, like, necessarily required to have a specific operating system are going to.
So
The trend to have a PC is kind of falling by the wayside.
you said your tech store. Do you have a store through the campus?
Yeah, it's with business services, so they
Okay.
actually make money. They're with dining services and Barnes and Noble.
Right. Okay.
So like they're their own thing, but they work very closely with us,
Okay.
and they do their own. They do hardware support. And it's funny because us, residential networking, which is with a whole different department, and then Ramtech, which is with business services, three of us got together and actually like figured out what services we provide to students, faculty, and staff, and it's free or paid, and came up with a flyer to hand out to students, faculty, and staff. And we noticed that there really was very little crossover.
Well, because our residential network group, we call Resident, they're the ones who do all the dorm support. So they're going into the dorm rooms to do the house calls and all that stuff. And they're doing all the clean access and stuff that has to go on in the dorm. But, so yeah, talking with those two groups, it's easy to be able, the students get the sheet and they're like, I'm gonna go here for this, here for this, here for this.
Well, and do they, so you said it's through the business department, do they contract another company or do they handle it in-house?
Well, the hardware is contracted out through, and then they are an Apple store first, and they sell PCs. So, yeah.
Well, what we're looking at doing right now, and the reason I ask is because this came up recently, is we're trying to standardize the models that we will buy, because our purchasing and requesting and so forth had kind of shifted around to different hands and has become unstandardized. So we're going to standardize that and then allow for the one-offs for your CAD machines and that kind of thing. There was some question about, well, since we don't provide the actual ability to purchase through the school and say these are the things that we have, of instead just making that menu public of what the system specs are and saying, this is the sort of machine we buy and the sort of machine we
Now they're not. We've had students. I had a couple of students this year during the student orientation who came up to my table asking if we support Linux. You need to have like either a Mac, but they have machines they built themselves.
Well, Linux still works on campus, but we don't have anybody within.
And but they were looking for someone that they could come when it breaks.
Yeah. We've had student workers who were our Linux support until they graduated. We had one in particular who was a Linux diehard, knew it, loved it, and if somebody came up with a Linux question, we'd call him up. Yeah.
He doesn't do consultation.
And then there's also Daniel on networking.
Oh, yeah.
There's a couple, the Linux users is like 8 to 10 people run campus.
Yeah.
Right, so when they ask, like, well, if it breaks, can you fix it? I'm like,
We've got the one in our department that we can point them to.
You can
thank
install.
you, and that was their
Right.
response that day. It was one of the student workers, and that's what they said, they're like, you
Our network doesn't go nice
So
with that.
bad.
The way that our network connects with your computer is that it's you have to send credentials to the network, and then it sends you a certificate. And Linux wants you to be certificate first for security.
We had that problem with Macs early on. Because they have an argument with their network. They would say, once you send me the certificate, I'll send you the password. And the network can say, no, you're gonna give
Once
me
you
the
send the
password, then I'll give you the. And,
And somehow we figured it out with Apple, where it just gives the same error that Windows has. It asks if you want to connect or terminate. But with Linux, it's just, you have to download the certificate.
yeah, so we've got a configuration, and it used to not work. Now it works, and then it's still have 2 kids, and again, it's like, yeah, you want help with that, and I'll install Windows on it.
I'm not sure that's helping out.
You know, download the certificates. You can do the research on your own, on what kind of driver you need to download.
Oh, can you show me? And why do you need that?
So I could ask if they be.
I actually,
I requested
I
it,
actually,
college general, be removed, but
I was not
got a letter
happy.
from our insurance provider, and they said if you had better luck of getting them to remove it, if you specifically get specific locations. So there's only 2?
And reporting back.
Models are very standardized.
There's
2 gyms.
I would say that, 40% less hardware available from a Mac than a Windows.
Center.
That's true. And that's because there are a lot of things I can't do. But that's also, I'd rather that I think they're.
And then you have the
they
belt
just break.
Yeah. And then I think mods.
And the error codes are all standardized, so once you know the error, the
Changing the
beep error
subject.
code
The
for
comment
RAM
was,
on the Mac, it's gonna be the same on every Mac. It's not gonna be like, this is you, this is a Dell, this is
Right.
you know, just you
Yeah, just
know,
go
what the
into
text
A
is.
love sign.
You can go into recovery and do just utility on every Mac. You don't have to wonder, is it F2 or F11? Or is it spend there 10 minutes trying to.
Well, I could see where.
600 times. Why is it not working?
That's what I'm worried about.
On this
Oh, wait,
one,
that's 10 on this one.
Yeah, yeah, this one you have to hold down.
Apparently, a lot
Right.
of people are doing that. According to the
No, they're,
They're
actually.
I mean, there are plenty of spaces downtown.
Because I thought, I actually,
So
like,
there's really no reason. I mean, it's nice for the
back in
students.
2002 or something like that. Because before the first iPod,
Yes.
that company was gonna be out of business in
Yeah.
the next 5 years.
Can you specify that they're only there
Within
for
5
4
years,
hours?
you know, of course, they
Yeah,
were
but I'm
plastic.
You can do it, you can put it as trespassing.
The older classic
Prosecuted, and then we deter people. There's a lot of places that are doing that around
We
town.
still
Museum, they have it, not necessarily.
By and large,
Trespassing, but they have it to where they have.
the Mac user base is growing.
What you're there for.
It's
So if you're
primarily
there
in
to see
the
the art,
arts.
then they're gonna put this on, oh, this person's here, see the
There's
art.
programs on Macs that
I say.
think better than the Windows. Yeah. Yeah, so it's, I
Just put it down, like, if you're
have
not.
been, the laptop I've got now, I'm not a Mac person. I know how the
I've populated 10 years.
Windows, but Macs, you know, so I told them.
It is that part of the website.
To learn how to do stuff like that. So the people.
I can encourage kids.
That's what, yeah.
By the way, I run Windows, I mean, I'm.
A virtual session running, actually.
I think after hours.
Desktop.
We do, but how,
And such.
but it's the enforcement. It's how do you
Yeah, we don't have the
enforce?
staff.
I mean, security's not walking around the Dell.
Yeah, I remote from my Windows computer. I remote,
I
I was sitting in a Mac,
And you'd have to question.
I put into the Windows computer so I can have everything.
I mean, you can ask, I mean, if you're doing this, you know, you can.
Yeah.
But how do you know if they're student?
My thing is though, that if I have to use
Jackie, there's a new rule. They came out with a new rule, they can be here during the day, but they can't be here after dark, they're trespassing people after dark. When they don't have an LA guy, they get trespassed.
That's
I'm like,
a.
stopping hysterically.
You make an alias.
And that's my ID, it's a new person, I say, I'm gonna stop when I'm right.
I was
But
like,
then
yeah, I'm
you
gonna
also
get my
have to
ID.
save it in their favorite
Well, they know your
servers.
voting and everything.
Reduce charge for just.
And so
Yeah,
it's like,
you wouldn't worry for security. and everything.
They take 3 steps and stop and
I'm
look
glad
at
they where they're like.
Okay, so the answer to the question was I have 25 labs
They're
and
not ready
97
people down there.
classes.
Then they'll see a lot of us down there. So they'll have
So that's
pushback,
the
get involved.
Okay.
There'll be even more things to use.
Like, yeah, do the plus. Yeah.
And then you can create a workout.
They were.
Okay.
I thought. Did we get all
Yeah,
that?
say
I don't know. I thought we got one.
As far as admin rights on the labs and classrooms, since you guys had a problem with that, I'll just tell you guys.
I don't have a problem, don't tell me.
No way. The biggest reason is for ActiveX situations, we just don't have the staff to run every time somebody's screaming. So, and if they install something on the computer and it hoses it for some reason, I can re-image them so darn quick now, but it just really does, it saves us a lot of running and scrambling. So that's why they're like that. And I let them do whatever they want to them, because especially with the solid state drive in them, it only takes like 15, 20 minutes to, if
So
that long.
You're doing all your imaging over the network?
Yes.
You can just push it to a specific machine?
Right now I'm using Cronus, but we're working on SCCM. So, we haven't gotten to where we're deploying OSs yet with SCCM because we're learning as we go.
Yeah.
But I've had a Cronus snap deploy for several years, and our network guy is amazing and has put all my labs on the same subnet, so I can start it up in my office and it just goes, and then I send a student over to name and join everything to the domain, and then I pull it back into SCCM. So it maybe a half an hour total, unless it's a CS lab, because the CS labs, computer science labs have huge images. That takes a little bit longer, but so that's why I do it that way. It just saves us the hassle in the long run, because when we didn't give them admin rights, we were constantly running, and you can't load every ActiveX control for every possible thing that they're gonna, we never know what they're gonna do, so.
And is that, you find that's primarily in your CS classes, or our CS labs are handled by the PCSE, which is the physics, computer science and engineering department, has their own IT guy, Ray Cole, who runs their labs and handles all their stuff. So I don't honestly know all their stuff. So I know that he's doing his imaging over the network.
Our CS faculty create their own image, but I'm the one that deploys it and maintains it. So I just hand them off whatever computer build that we're using. Like this year, we're doing an upgrade. So I just handed them off one of the new ones when we first got it put together, and they built the image. Then they returned the machine to me, and I copied the image and deploy it. They don't maintain it. I wish they would.
So you're on Windows 7 or 10?
Windows 7 at the moment.
Probably have the volunteers to go to Windows 10 in the next year, and then next summer upgrade labs and classrooms.
I've been on Windows 10 now for a while.
Yeah, we just moved from 10 people over to Windows 10. Both and
7
really, that's my test bed.
Windows 10 is not
Officially
officially
working.
embedded by information security, but
That's what we're waiting for.
yeah, but
My team has, but we're waiting on.
But I'm using it on the student computers, and I have it on my computer.
We have to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think it's because technology services
That's
get away with
right,
that.
in the name of our.
Yeah. Really? I was like,
How do you deal with Windows 10 doesn't have the support for Blu-ray?
No. But most of the people for Blu-ray
Most of the time, people don't use no CD-ROMs.
We stopped
You know,
putting
in
them in our
those-
labs and classrooms.
You stop doing it?
Yeah, they don't know it yet, but.
See, that's what
That's an email I need to send out.
That's what happened to us on the medical campus, the one in the lab, we didn't have it. But they didn't have it for a whole year, then somebody complained about it, we don't have it, but it's been gone for a whole year.
But that's what you say, you just noticed
Yeah,
that?
but the guy who ordered it made a mistake, forgot to install it in.
Oh,
So he
okay.
was like, okay, let's flow with it, and it took about a year to put with someone that, and only one student realized it.
We ordered some external CD-ROMs for those
Yeah,
that they can come to our ITR help desk and check them out. And not all of the classrooms don't have them, only the ones that we've upgraded. We decided to go with it.
It's a cheaper bill,
Yes.
and if we can get them to save to where they need to be saving anyway.
We have a
It's
media
in the
server.
local machines, they don't really, we can pull it from a media server, or Google Drive, or something. But some places we have some faculty that, movies are a big part of their classes, like in comm studies. And so, I don't know, I haven't figured out what we're gonna do about that yet as far as Blu-ray support.
Yeah, and cataloging, they have to support that, but it's the only department. And that's what we ordered them, external ones, so we have to deal with that. So each department I'm going to make a list of their current software, what they're using. Then I test it first before we even, put it out to them, so.
Sherry's working on that, testing.
Legacy software, some of it.
Yeah.
We have some
We still have somebody on XP, we got one person on XP.
I have a secret, I think.
We all have those secrets, but these are on the network.
No, I don't wanna have it at all, I just, the only thing of access, your proxy, or outdates and stuff for one section of our offices.
Okay.
So I have to like secretly plug into the network and quickly do my thing, and take it off. It's a PDF, it's awesome.
Well, we have one in this.
All sound bug, right?
We supposedly had them all upgraded and then they keep hearing. Yeah, they keep hearing, the ones that aren't, weren't on network research machines that were just used to run equipment or something like that, and they'll plug in.
That's what we're finding. Research machines, the software is 10 years old.
Yeah, that's why I still use my stuff.
Student machine, like, someone had over 80 years ago, they kept a student machine. And raising that, part of this now to locate that home. And they have 10 out of all of our computers, so it's not blocked, but it's still, it's a security issue. And, so now it's like,
But actually, they put down the sign. That's the one
I take a hard sale on them.
Well, that's what we're doing.
We're taking it's usually what the for is running some specialty
Anything else?
It's just killed.
Yeah.
So ours are around 6 weeks are on the.
$50,000. They don't wanna buy it anyway. When the old one still works, you just have to have that speed running, so
Systems.
we're just going off of that. We have that mostly in our sciences building and in our health sciences. Turner has like physical eval machines and things like that they got through grants years and years and years ago, and they don't want to replace it, so.
So, but if they change the tag image, they got that image also?
Yeah, so I use Casper, and I have a base image that I can send out, and then I'm using policies to actually install the software. You won't be able to configuration.
Okay, did you use what again?
I use policies within Casper to actually push on the software settings and one. And then the configuration profiles as well.
Okay. But your computer is on the Mac, are they accessing the server? Yeah, I don't use no bed, right?
So
No.
ours is
No,
on top of
yeah,
that.
we don't just know
Back
go,
on page a lot based on that.
as of now,
Yeah, so
I
they all
am
talk
pointing
about it.
all of the names to the domain. For a while, before I came on board, we were not doing all the names to the domain, but now we are, because we get the benefit of just having the one house that's consistent. And there's different things that tie into that directory, like network shares and other things.
Right. So can I ask why is this for faculty and staff or?
Oh, so they can one save, like.
So the labs have always been part of Active Directory because they have to be able to have students log in with their account. But all the new faculty computers that come in, I'm adding them to Active Directory as well.
Okay.
But not students, we don't manage student computers.
Yeah, not their personal computers, no.
No, but, I think in the library, we have like between 4 locations, we have like 400 something computers. And then we have, maybe roughly about 100 math. But they have to public too, so they can come in and log in. And use it. So like public access.
We did.
Guest access, I guess, account, that's where.
No, they
That's
use
what
the actually.
I use it for my
to log in.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, but
It's
two
like
minutes.
So when I go to work, I'm like,
in our library, we have what's called a reference area. And so we just have computers, it's not a lab, so they can go in and log in, do some research, print.
Yeah.
So you also got Mac admin too.
Yeah, we don't have one of those in the library, we just do have a full Mac lab.
Right.
So we just maintain those. Yes, our students can log in anywhere on campus. They have a network. And I mean, I don't think we have anyone who's restricted.
Oh, I know.
The only thing about the Mac labs is that all of them are for specific departments. So, for example, music students use the music lab, art students use the art lab.
But you have some software built in your image.
Correct, so there's not really any Macs that are just for everybody. It's only for students of particular program.
Okay, cool.
So, I'm like, so.
Yes, so what I told
Terry,
you
I was like, fine,
was
we'll try to one more.
introduce you guys, but I didn't let you know where.
I have 2 stepsons, and then.
All these
Where they're from.
Which is asking Jim, I'm like, so who's
So ours
representing?
is 3 and 2, my stepson is 6, my other stepson.
I'm from a homeschool group in Alaska.
Well, that would
Well, you know.
Well, he didn't
I've only been here a few minutes and I already figured out that I could believe about half of what you said.
Really, that much?
Thank you.
I would have figured a quarter.
No, that's dangerous.
No better not. I said, okay, so if you have any she said, yeah,
That's not what the question was, are you pregnant? Yeah.
well, yeah, her husband has said they're doing it.
See, it's the opposite. See, I'm wanting to become a professor.
They have 30,
As a person,
students.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I get that.
And it's
How
hard
do
to
you- how do you have it have sense of-
You don't.
That's what they do.
You guys were walking in, that's
I was
what
like, where am I supposed to have time to go? That's what I told him, you know.
They are
He's like, that's not good.
being supported for centralized, which I assume.
How you manage to
is every individual college.
She's a crazy one. I
has
don't know. I do this so much.
Sorry, like Scott.
That's exactly. It's the
Expands the
Alice's
physical
hand.
So there's a little of all these resources.
I don't know what money, but I tried.
It stays local.
Like a lot of schools.
Pretty cool, cool idea.
Right.
So if you were, if you were to work at Pixar or something, that's its own.
It's really sort of like a college.
But don't you have like a
I told them, I was like,
You go.
they can try.
Yeah.
Sometimes my wife. They got out there, they're so, they've got it, $1,000.
Yeah.
But that's when I said, yeah.
Well, in every building. So even if the school has a one building, they have their own checks in every building.
Our biggest departments have their own tax.
Corey was actually.
So really, that's just.
He was at my
municipal
school.
business
And it was-
and PCSC
And now our general education board runs.
all have their own
It's completely out of administration.
technology, basically.
I mean, as a student.
Actually, I take that back.
It's a third price of front.
I know
And it was
PCSE
amazing.
library.
Anyway,
But they don't run their own help desk. So
It's a third price.
And then,
historically, before
The students, they might want to have.
push
They don't
to
want
get
to.
them into the same, into land desk.
Even
So
though they want-
into.
And they're afraid,
So.
they hate it, they don't want it.
Oh my God.
Hey,
see,
they
that's the
wrote,
problem, it's like, it
you
doesn't.
know, they kept track of it on sticky notes or whatever. Great Pool's more organized than that. They kept, but whatever they used, it wasn't anything, it wasn't a software, it wasn't a service desk ticket.
And the tiles.
You had to coax them away. They just.
Yeah, we had one.
I thought that was struck the other way. We tried to train
Again,
on it.
we're small that are.
Yes.
that the
He's still there, it's like,
can do that.
sorry, waiting.
And they have 5 dollars.
I just had someone when I was on.
This is what you said.
There's advantage and disadvantage to that. My biggest disadvantage, I think, is I know how to install the software, make it work on our domain, whatever it is, but I don't know how to use 90% of the software that's used on campus because I don't have time to spend on it.
I mean, I maintain to make sure.
Community college, 10 miles.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And it works.
I just let Blackboard
Right.
use it. She did Blackboard. But my question, and then she helped with Roger and to get in
You know, you have a lot of
projects
projects
going
going
on.
on.
The blackboard,
And so she went to Blackboard, or she actually accepted that position.
I was gonna say the same system he was just talking about. We have the work order system that's really helpful with that and. There's only.
Yeah.
She said it's
Right,
she
okay.
it's just Microsoft project.
Okay. Okay, because you know, we have all these projects.
It did not work.
You know,
Any demo that
I have a checklist. I'm
considering
just changing.
Well, I know our-
Well, there's only
Our-
5 of us and we communicate really well.
Okay.
So,
Great.
yeah.
And our department support.
Well,
All we gotta do is walk down the hall.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and we're all together except for one person, we're all just up and down the hall, so that helps.
We take breaks together, we eat lunch together, we're pretty tight group, you support, so.
Okay, but as far as your project, then you have some people on vacation, you got this going on, but you always have a backup. Backup
For the most part, Mike backs me up a lot because he has
That's
a
the problem.
standalone version of Acronis, so he kind of understands how my Acronis works.
Right.
And you just go down the hallway, somebody come in your office.
We just don't let them take vacation.
And you just say, where are you at on that project?
Yeah.
We just grab each other.
So we've got a project manager, who actually the service desk used to be under the project management office, primarily because at the time, we had nowhere else to put the service desk. It's under tech services now, it's a whole other conversation. But anyway, so we have a project manager who, has his role,
Yeah, we're getting on.
whatever advanced degree in project management. So he is the one who actually, knows how to do this stuff, follows this stuff, and lays it out. As far as software, we have the capability in that desk, to do that, even without you creating a separate individual process for it. We can use requests to manage projects, it's really easy. So he and I were just talking the other day actually about how to move forward with an electronic documentation of the projects. The land desk gets a request and you can assign tasks and you just hold on to the request. And when you see a task complete from whomever, you know. So that's one way to do it, but you can also design very specifically, after you figure out your workflow, you can take that and design it I know, you know, as far as being the program. Yeah.
So you kind of just trying to.
You guys are just really define.
That's something we haven't had.
It's
essentially a part of
But
it.
really, I have.
It's like everybody, you know, what team has.
Yeah, we use it still a lot, too.
Job that everybody else has. Be a delegate.
So for the watch, they just get it done.
That's typically what ends up happening, just because doing the district parts of it, but yeah, he wants for his own purposes and for auditing purposes, to be able to say, hey, here's how we do a project from start to finish. Yeah. Right.
Get facilities made.
Yeah.
Yeah, to me,
Right.
Oh, and that was part of what he was talking about too, is when you get the other parts of IT in the network, but not just that. Like you say, for the maintenance has to not count as a major project or something like that. And all that again is something that as it is, but it can also be, even without designing it harder, it's really doing it. It's like a request, and then it's passed based on that request.
Okay, and really like, if you have the person's name that she is known for that.
It is, it's very nice. That is, like, again, there was some hesitation, and there's still some hesitation from other groups, but it's just buy-in from the people on high.
After they made a statement. So we can look at the
Benefits of engaging students. I have no idea, honestly. Yeah, and honestly, that may be how they select. I don't know. The customer service aspect of it, the fact again that we can follow a ticket from start to finish, and that we can help families and help housing and help on services follow their tickets from start to finish. We can show them how, and I still every once in a while I get a call from them saying, hey, does this system do this? And they say, it does do that. So then I'll walk them through or help set up.
I know, right?
He's doing well because he's healthy. But yeah, they don't know. And he said that, he said.
No, but we don't want to, yeah.
And he had a good job. But it's just like, right, how could you know? You're gonna live 20, 30 years longer. I mean, that's an exaggeration, but you know what I mean. The other good thing about something like that, I know I'm talking about that a lot, but is the metrics available, and that was another thing that we consulted on. School Group has similar tracking and so forth as well.
If I can have y'all's attention for just a second, I was really rude. I introduced my text, but they don't know who you guys are. So could you just go around and your name, what school you're from, and what you do there, please?
I'm Jimmy Buckingham. I'm from Christopher Newport University in service staff.
And that is his real name.
Oh, is it?
Yes, I'm from Newport News.
There you go.
You're a university now.
Yes, we
When I
are.
lived there, you were just a community.
When I was growing up, my mom was from Hampton. When I was a little kid, I remember when it was just a subset of William and Mary.
Yeah.
And then was just a community college. But yeah, it's a full-on university now.
Yeah, I know. My parents love your library.
It's very nice.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
With the VCU libraries, network analyst.
I'm Kim Redford. I'm with Longwood University. I'm user support, so we do faculty, staff, of course, help desk support. We also have desktop classrooms and labs.
And head at VCU, manager of the IT support center. We have a 24/7 call center, 2 walk-up locations. Basically tier 1 / sometimes tier 2 help desk for the entire university.
Hi, I'm Eliza. I am one of 2 for counter supervisors. I man the desk in the basement
of our Cabell Library, so Alice lives above me. So we run into each other a lot. I have hourlies that report to me and one full-time person. I'm Barbara Robinson at ECU and IT Support Center, and I'm a call center lead for our call center operation.
I'm Scotty Wiley. I'm about Barbara, except I supervise the part-time employees that are doing events.
I'm Will Kahn, also with VCU. I'm number 2 of 2 walk-up supervisors. My office is on the medical campus supporting the School of Medicine and essentially the university on that campus.
I'm John Whiting, Help Desk Manager at Washington.
So yeah, they do a lot of what we do, but you know, like VCU, they didn't realize you guys have like 34,000 students.
Oh, yeah. But it's awesome.
Yeah, it is. So, and then you have the small schools like Longwood, they have more students than us, but I think their, the way you guys operate is more similar to us as far as, you know, software support and hardware support and students. We don't go to the dorms though. I was gonna ask you about that, yeah.
Yeah, that is their big shift.
We used to, like 15 years ago when I started working here, we would install network cards. Because we're being recorded, I won't tell you my thoughts on it. But we don't do that anymore. And
Well,
we
then
don't
we transitioned from that, and then we were in the lounges when the students were checking in over the weekends, and that was a hassle too, because then you've got parents standing over top of you, and yeah. So now they come to us, but we have fax FAQs out there and the information that Sharon gives during check-in, because she's in charge of check-in for the IT side of things, gives them a lot of that information, and it's become more simple for them to get online than before, and now they have PSK keys, which makes it even easier. So, and these kids are pretty tech savvy, so they most of the time, unless they pose their computer somehow or another, they can do it themselves. So that was a big relief. So you'll find that to be good too.
Yeah, I'm really excited about the change, but it's going to be, it's not going to be popular, I don't think, with our students.
The freshmen will know.
You're right.
Exactly.
That's it, you just have to get through a 4-year rotation.
And we
You
have
got
a
3 years of complaints.
Okay. Yeah.
We still do a lot for
You
them,
said they
but
had to cook.
they're so much
No,
smarter.
not even that.
Exactly.
You know, they've come up with computers. When I first started.
Like an
this
hour ago.
department, We had kids that PCs were just
I guess he
becoming
had
more
to go
prevalent
with
in the home.
Dig them out the dirt,
I've been at
line
Longwood
them and
since
peel them.
And we had a laptop requirement, when I first started, and we would work with the students, and we were one of the first to have a laptop requirement, and none of the students at that point would have them out of high school. I mean, my son now had one when he was 10, but, you know, out of high school, they didn't have them, and I remember doing ordering sessions with the students and the parents at orientation, and the parents had no clue. The parents were scared to put their credit card numbers into the computers to order them. We had a phone bank because the parents were, you know, too nervous. It's amazing how far it's come in 17 years. And back then, we had mega support issues and volume for our students, and it's just every year it's less and less because they're savvy and the software's better, and you know, the security's better, the viruses aren't as abundant as they were. Yeah.
Right.
It's a
I've
big
been
shift.
here for 18 years, and I have a 13-year-old grandson, and he probably knows as much, if not more, about computers than I do.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's been
They're
something
more
that he's been
knowledgeable now.
exposed to since he was little.
From
Yeah, but you know, my biggest issue is, I guess, not directly with students, but faculty and staff. I have this group that's been there for 25, 35 years. I gotta show them a different way of doing it. And then got the faculty coming in, the younger group, gotta show them a different way.
That's what I was thinking
But
when you were
this is a
talking
piece
about
of
Windows
cake,
10.
is, yeah.
Because we've got some faculty on this campus not gonna be happy about
Well, yeah,
Windows
well,
10.
like you said, you've got those who don't understand what you're doing because they've always done it this way, and then you got these that want to know why you aren't further along.
Yeah, correct.
These want you to slow down, and these want you to speed
You're
up.
like 10 steps ahead.
Correct. And some of them, you know, we give them a new computer for Windows 10, but they don't want it. After they don't want to change, it was like, okay, then you know what, we can pass your computer to the next person, but if your computer's down, it'll be another year before you get one. But then they think about it twice on that.
But it's like I got training in place how to do this on this side, the other side. It's a piece of cake, but you just gotta have everybody different. Have to know your
We've got
audience, what
faculty
they-
here that have been here since they graduated from here, which was like back in the
Right,
fifties.
Yeah, they retire, but they don't leave.
But they don't leave.
There's one who still has floppy disks,
The emeritus people.
or not with a DOS,
Yeah, and then I get upset if you don't have, you know, well, we don't have a floppy, we do have it. Anyway, but they say, don't y'all have a machine back there somewhere
Same
that they can do this? But, I mean, we do have a couple of external.
Send them
ones.
to him
Lisa
next
just
week.
Right,
Oh,
right.
I would be surprised if some of these
Sort of
folks
a-
got invited.
Yes.
Yeah. No, okay.
I mean, but we do have a couple of them in the workshop.
Well, Julie kept one with Norton.
I had a millennium machine until like Christmas that had the repair utility where you could fix a floppy disk.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And every now and then, about every 6 months, somebody would bring me a floppy disk and I would files out of it.
Seriously? Yeah, it's really.
I
haven't seen one since I was a kid. And my
And
dad was like, we're not using this anymore. What's this new
It,
thing?
it, it permanent marker, it said priceless PC.
Most of the time what I do with them, I say, okay, this is the old way of doing things. This is the way.
yeah.
They don't know
Side
what
by
it means.
side.
They have no idea.
I had
I
like
drew it for them one time
professors
and
come
said, what
to
is
me
this?
with
And I said, the same
their
button, same
thesis,
button.
you
And I
know,
said,
on this disk. You don't have this anymore.
exactly.
Yeah, my dad taught computers at middle
I
school.
know.
People would try to tell them
But I
what
finally
floppy
see
disk
it.
was.
Yeah, well, and now modems are a thing of the past, but even
Yeah.
still, the phone symbol for the modem, that kind of phone doesn't really exist anymore either.
Windows 10 doesn't have any
Because they don't exist anymore.
I think Mike's waiting for the little printer icon to disappear.
Have you talking to Shenandoah? They have no printers.
Oh, they do have any
No
openings?
labs.
That must be like,
Are you trying to get him to leave?
You're not going anywhere. You'll fly there so we don't have to deal with it.
I thought about that yesterday when you said that there was, is that the college that has, external people who take care of the printers? Was that somebody else?
No, that was somebody else. Shenandoah just has those kiosks, those WeFund kiosks.
But who was the other one?
They give all those.
You have an outside vendor that takes care of you?
I want to say it's Roanoke. They had either that or Roanoke Bacon, but they're moving to paper cut, but it's being run through Rico, which is like our
Hollins.
Okay, maybe it was Hollins, all right. She was there, that's right.
Yeah, he always
We have some of those.
Yeah,
places, like you do in and the Conicas.
Yeah.
And then
We really got-
but in the labs.
I guess I could look it up, I have the
Or
notes.
Public spaces, we have mostly HP laser desks. We support
Because I took notes for all that here.
The company that supports this, they're good at
Mike
the
is a great-
side.
Well,
So
see,
if there's a
he
network
knows
problem,
that.
there's a double turnaround.
It was Eastern Mennonite, moving from Equitrack to paper cut, but they're using Rico to support them. Oh my gosh, they made that many?
What's in the box?
Fresh, homemade potato chips.
Anybody else want to?
We had to put in special order.
That's the beauty of having our own shop.
It's so warm now.
Well, they also want tech support.
I came to the mainframe, I left the mainframe with the split area network.
folks that run media services, like for, special events and stuff that are on campus are also part of dining services. They come and get us all the time, so.
Oh, yeah?
When we ask for stuff, they usually snap to pretty
Well, you
quick.
know, my kids always used to get free ice cream if I took them to dining service. And they just like bring free, you know, we walk by, they'll give us free ice cream.
The network team gets fresh coffee every morning.
Yeah,
It's
I got
good
my
to
coffee
keep-
this morning, so I got Wes to take it with me.
The two groups, it's good to keep that, IT and maintenance.
So I've done a great deal just on my own doing research, but I'm gonna be actually doing some training. I'm actually going to
Yes.
the Jamf Nation User Conference, which is a conference that Jamf Software runs each year. They're the company that provides Casper.
Oh, yeah.
So it's a conference where they have Mac admins from all over the country come out, and they'll have workshops that show you how to do all kinds of different things. And so I'm hoping to get a lot out of that.
Okay.
So that is in the middle of October, and it's in Minneapolis.
So, I've had a chance for about 2 years. We love it. When I have an application, and I have an admin who really wants to go.
Oh, did you like that? Was it good? I told you. I got no emails. That's because you're half hour.
No, I do not.
But I did that.
We have an instructional tech here on campus who manages our nursing iPads, so he went last year. Yeah, he said that I absolutely needed to go, and so I managed to convince Lisa. So I'm hoping to get out of that.
Well, I'm gonna send it down.
Hey, Bill. It'll be cut around the line.
It was really nice meeting all of you. If you have any questions or whatever, share
Also,
with us.
the Jamf forums
Email
have a
address.
lot of very helpful information. So
Any hints you want to give me will be
JAM.
appreciated as well.
Yeah, they have a
Figure out
forum
how to
that has a
clone.
lot of very helpful. I do a lot of
That'd be
research there
really
on that
good.
problem.
Okay, that's good.
I don't know.
Yeah, just search for Jamf Nation.
Kind of what?
And you'll find there's a forum.
Cloning. She said she didn't think college could handle it. I said, I know Lee couldn't.
I'm not talking about just her, I'm talking about the whole department.
I was gonna say, we'd have to be real selective about that.
Thank you, guys.
Alright,
Enjoy
thank you,
the rest
guys.
of your afternoon.
Thanks, guys.
I think, okay.
You have a good team, Lisa.
Very good team.
They're all unique in their own way, and they all have their specialties, and they do really work well together. Which is nice.
Good.
Yeah. It's taken us a while, but we've got it. Jackie, that's Jackie's doing.
We've come a long way in 5 years, haven't we?
Well, I think our whole department works well.
No, that's what I mean, the whole department.
Yeah.
Yeah, but cover my mouth level. Try.
I ate like 20 donuts.
A lot of
They
them
like, hey, you
like,
taking
what
that?
do you
I
do?
did, I totally saved them. I was like, don't throw them away. I'll eat them. She's like, I'm not taking them. I was like, yes, you are. Give them to me.
Right, you're not
She didn't understand.
Looks like Aaron is saying that the stream has stopped. It hasn't on our end.
Stop.
It has a viewer.
Maybe it reached like a maximum length of recording or something.
It's
Yeah.
8 hours.
I don't know.
I checked it. It told me that when I started it. I mean, I can stop it and start another one. I would just have to send out another link.
Okay, so that's fine.
Can you restart? You can't restart this one?
If
Is
you
this
stop
anyone
it,
else in? I mean,
It's a one-use
only
only.
one?
He's the only one who said anything.
It's working on.
We went from 1 viewer to 0 viewers. We had 1 on there a while ago.
Oh, we had 2 to 3.
Yeah, we had 3 at one point, at least.
you can't, I don't think you can
Does
just.
it,
Yeah,
Lisa?
it's close enough.
I know, right?
Does it stop it, Lisa, if everybody on the other end logs out?
Shouldn't.
No, and I can't tell who.
That's fine. That's fine.
Did we reach some limit
did.
of
You just
things we
got
weren't
15.
supposed to talk about? Is that?
Yeah.
Budget, is it working? Oh, no. It's working.
Let's see.
It's
It's not a bug,
It's
it's a
good.
feature.
All right. Turn it off. So is this? what was
They're
it?
just jealous because I don't get chips.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, we're missing
Very
someone.
Well, that's my thing. If it's a boring thing, we'll talk about the stuff we want. So when we were planning this, we talked about maybe trying to discuss some of the. I did not switch on you. Some of the more, I guess, not necessarily focus so much on operations, focus so much on the community issues, but like more of the process and strategy, goals that you're trying to set for your areas. So we can talk about it as much as you want to. If you don't care, talk about that, but have other things we can talk about, we can do that too. I know we at ECU are doing a big IDLE integration. We have an IT service management office that just finished out and started last year. So we are trying to integrate the IDLE processes that we've identified that we want in our IT department. The first one we just finished was change management. Prior to our integration, we basically had a change notification system, which was just a website that listed what app people were doing if they used it. Now there is a mandate for all people, at least in our department, and technology services to using it. There's an actual tab that reviews the changes and goes through it, and there's a whole process behind it. So I've been doing a lot of research into IDLE and taking some of the certifications in order to try to get a better grasp on it and kind of work with the IT service management office to make sure our help desk processes are actually in place to support it, to make sure we're kind of up to snuff with the issues. So that's something I'm really interested in. Another thing that we have been kind of starting this summer is looking at the HDI standard. I don't know if you guys have ever become members of HDI, but it is a really great program. I think it's like $295 a year for a membership. And there's tons of resources and articles and stuff that you can go to for base. It's called the Help Desk Institute. That's pretty much what it is. They do a really good conference every year. I think this year is in, it wasn't Orlando. Next year it's in Vegas, I think. So they kind of do Vegas, Orlando.
Yeah, we need to join that.
But basically they have this standard that you can try to actually get your help desk certified to meet. Now for us, it makes sense because we are such a huge operation. We have a lot of the little more intricate things and processes and operational things that they refer to, but it is just a cool thing to look at to say, I never thought about streamlining our services to meet this defined standard or something like that. So I didn't know if anybody was looking towards that type of thing for your own operations or your own IT department, if that was an interest for anybody to discuss.
I would like you to go in depth with that, if you don't mind, like some of the things that you learned that maybe you didn't know from being a student and then working up into the help desk.
Okay.
Jackie and I have been discussing some sort of training, professional development, if you will, for our staff I've decided that if you're not a good troubleshooter, then that's probably not a learned skill. It's built in. I mean, you can disagree and help me if someone, you've made someone who's not a good troubleshooter into one. But even if you can't troubleshoot, you can still learn things that will help you along the way. So that's something that I'm very interested in. And if you do it for your staff or you do it for like all levels of your students, that work for you.
Well, I know with HDI, they have certification courses you can take that, I pull up the website here. If you just Google HDI, you can find the website. And if you do the online one, they range from just HDI customer service representative, support center analyst, desktop support technician, support center team lead, support center manager, desktop support manager, a director level one. Scotty was talking about the KCS, the knowledge center support. There's a foundations class you can get certified in as well. So they're all courses aimed at teaching you like the basics and fundamentals. I know that you have taken some of the HDI ones. Which one are you?
I took one that was yeah, it might be or what was the one was the analyst.
So you wanna talk about like what was the course about and did it give you any benefits or help you?
Yeah, it did. It basically, it's years ago, but it actually covered different aspects of a help desk. So, you know, we go over some networking terms. It would go over customer service skills. So it would just encompass just the various aspects of working at a help desk. And it was a 2-day course. And then we took a test. And I did find it helpful for a couple of reasons. One is that, you know, it did kind of break things down. And so certain areas I may not have been, you know, that informed about, you know, I got a little bit more knowledge. And then also it was a good networking thing because, you know, there were people around, you know, we took it at the University of Richmond. They had a certified trainer there. And, but you know, you got to meet people, not just from the university, because, you know, people working in the private sector too, and still, you know, benefit from this kind of class. So, yeah.
And like the first level one, which would be just a customer service representative, I'm looking at it. The basics they teach you is assess customer business needs and exceed customer expectations, critical thinking skills to resolve incidents quickly, consistently, active listening skills, and effective communication strategies, how to identify and diffuse challenging customer behavior, and awareness of the core processes and best practices used in service and support. So they're not necessarily teaching them how to troubleshoot a problem, like a specific issue. They're teaching them the fundamentals to learn how to ask the right questions or provide the great service, or when the faculty members are upset, how to de-escalate a situation. So it's more of a customer service, I think, type oriented. And then the higher levels you go from like into the analyst or the lead, which is more like supervisor, and then the manager one is more of the higher level, like managing a service center, like looking at metrics and reporting. How do you define your metrics? What do you do with your metrics? You can pull numbers all day, but like, how do you use that data productively? You know, surveying, customer surveying is a huge thing. So
Survey your employees.
survey, yes, employee satisfaction. So it is kind of, I've appreciated looking into it and looking at that standard because I think it's given us, oh man, I didn't even think about from a manager's perspective, like, oh, I should be seeing if my employees are satisfied. Like, I know some of them are, I know some of them aren't. So like, how do I gauge them? How do I make sure that I'm actually like checking that box for the full picture of it?
I think that's important because in our line of work, or any line of work for that matter, you're here to do a job, but you have to be happy at some point. You can't be miserable all the time. And as a manager, sometimes you get caught up in trying to do everything, not having the resources, and you forget about the human side of it. I'm speaking personally, you know, I know I'm guilty of that, but I will admit it as well, you know. And then I just need help fixing it, you know. So I think that something like this, just those gentle reminders every now and then, just help you to realize, hey, you know, not everyone's perfect, or, you know, what's the most efficient way to do things. So work smarter, not harder, type model.
Well, there's a really great course that VCU's Performance Management Group, which is actually open to any state employee of Virginia. So anybody from any college or like anywhere, any of the state's institutions can come and take in Richmond. They usually do them in August and March, and it's a 2 to 3 day supervisor class. So they have the intro supervisor course, and they have the advanced supervisor course, which would be how long? If you've been a supervisor for 2 years, you're obviously going to take the advanced one, but it really is teaching you methods of supporting your staff and being a good boss, and what are the traits of a great manager, and how do you resolve staff conflicts. And I took the advanced one, and I have to say, like, it was an awesome 3-day program. It's totally worth the money to do it. It was great talking to people from other industries, like there are people that work with TMB there are people from community colleges, there are people from all walks of the state, but everybody's dealing with the same thing, which is like staff issues and trying to be a good leader. So I really highly recommend that course, and if I find it, I'll send out the link for that in the HCS stuff. They've all taken it.
She is rocking.
You guys can comment on it, because they've all taken the intro one.
Is that a certification of any kind or?
Yes, yeah,
Wow.
and you can get CPUs.
Yes.
CPEs.
CPEs with an E, right? Yeah.
I think.
But you know, I think there's this user group, they used to meet, you know, once a month, or every 2 months or something. Because I used to attend those a while back.
Yeah, but that was part of HDI.
Yes, yes.
Yes, they
It
still
is,
do.
it
They
is
still
part of
have.
them.
They
Yes.
just started re-engaging Central or the Richmond area.
And, and that's like,
From Newport, like from Hampton Roads now.
Right,
They're the
yes, I
southern-
went to the one in Hampton Road. Okay,
They just held 2 events.
in Richmond.
okay.
So they do have a Southern Virginia chapter for
The
HDI.
chapter just got because
Yeah, so I think, it's reading from Tidewater all the way out here. Is that Southern Virginia chapter for the group. I know you guys went to an event, didn't you?
I went to a networking event at a brewery.
Yeah.
And then.
Wait for the free beer.
Sorry.
HDI is thinking
Sorry,
about
Elizabeth.
their next
And then me and Barbara went to one of these
Newport
events
News
at Richmond,
Yeah, it was
Microsoft's
really
Richmond office.
Which I, no, that, yeah, that's the one I think in March.
There's more content that they can actually cover in that.
September what?
Oh,
Oh,
wait,
that's the deadline. You're right, that's the deadline.
Because I wanted to see the
It's May 9th to 12th.
May next year, so it's in DC, May next year. HDI.
The note.
I guess.
the main
HDI is in DC.
So it looks like it's May 9th through 12th.
Yep.
It's Washington DC. 100 breakout sessions.
Maybe it was in
keynote
Vegas
speakers.
this year.
Maybe they're changing.
It was in
It used to
Vegas.
only be between Orlando and Vegas, but
Vegas
they're
or
changing it.
combining, because they're like, no.
So that's
Wait,
actually
wait,
cool.
about
It's
Vegas?
drivable. I haven't been to HDI. You went to HDI.
Yeah, I went to Vegas, of course, not this past year, but the year before. It was huge. I mean, there's so much there. You can actually, one awesome thing about HDI conferences, they let you buy the sessions. So you can audio record everything. Some of them do video recording, so you have the option to buy all the audio recordings from the session. So, you know, if there's a session you can attend, you can listen to the audio portion of it. There's all kinds, they have very organized tracks. I mean, ACCS does a great job, but this is like.
It's like ACCS on steroids 1,000 times.
But it's only for help desk, so.
And desktop
And
support.
desktop.
And that's, okay, but it's more specific than ACCS, right?
I mean, it is
Yeah.
more desktop help desk
It's
type
support.
support.
It's a, yeah.
But so you're not gonna get,
customer
like-
interaction.
Yeah,
You're not
any
gonna get
customer
like network services kind of thing
No.
or information security kind of thing. It's not that.
I mean, I really like ACCS, but there are times when what's offered
Yes.
is either not relevant to what I
I
need,
agree.
or they double book it. And I mean, you can't please everyone
Right.
all the time, but I would love to go where I'm just like, oh, there are 5 things that I wanna do every session.
Yeah, and EDUCAUSE is very similar. We went to EDUCAUSE 2 years ago. We was in Florida. That's a really great conference. It's huge. It's overwhelming.
Jackie,
then
you
you're
go
like,
to that, right?
That's
That
what-
one,
remember-
last
Are
year
you putting all
was,
these down in the note?
I
What was
did
last
that.
year?
Thank you.
Got it.
That's why.
Because I'm not gonna remember all these.
Do you want me to call and?
And I'm
ask
gonna
them to
wanna
bring
go
more
back
lives?
and
I can
tell.
do it. Huh? Do you want me to call and get more donuts? I can do it.
Are you serious? You have the donut hookup? Look, I'm getting
Oh,
sick.
could you see the basket?
So I would love more donuts. 'Cause
Or you
they
should-
don't-
you should-
HDI.
You get more donuts.
That's the one. It's like the small.
They're gonna bring a basket, that's
Usually
fine.
it's-
Yeah.
You think you're sick now?
If you are interested in the idle stuff,
Ooh,
Pink
EDUCAUSE.
Elephant
Sorry.
does.
Gonna be-
That's
Oh.
EDUCAUSE is out at Anaheim
Yeah.
this year.
When?
October.
Or is it here?
It's in Anaheim.
Sorry.
Pink Elephant does a huge conference out in Vegas in February. I went this year and it was awesome. But it's for like the idle integration, IT service management, if you're looking for that type of stuff. It is a little pricey. Usually if you get registered at least 9 months out, they'll give you some like free nights part of the registration. But if that's the way that your team is going or your IT department's going, it's definitely go to that.
Do you actually, do you guys work with Pink Elephant? Do you?
Yeah, they're doing all of our, we're basically getting our entire department foundations trained. So every single full-time staff member in technology services is receiving foundations training. A lot of the other non-IT or the non-TS groups have found out we're doing it and they want to get on board with it as well. So we've all opened up those courses where they can pay their way to attend them as well. So we have a Pink Elephant rep come in at least 3 times a year.
And it's the same rep every time.
Yeah.
It's really consistent.
I only know them from when we did go to Landesk's interchange 2 years ago, and you know, saw them there and got on their email list.
They're a great
honestly,
company.
we haven't really, because we have looked at ITIL. We want to. It's one of those things that we want to do. We want to get as on board and certified and whatever as we can, but with all the transitions that have been going on in our department lately, it's just we're working at consistency internally before we even think about that, I think.
Well, and like I did a project with the guy who actually used to be my boss in my position. He's the one who started the IT service manager office. You see Tom Matha. He's done some presentations like past ACCS. I've done them with him, so you'll probably recognize him if you see him. But he and I have pretty much mapped out the next 3 to 5 years of our IDLE integration, and it's extremely overwhelming. And half of it, you're like, I don't know who will ever really be able to successfully do this because of just culture. So you do run into a lot of roadblocks with it, and culture has to change in order to do stuff like that.
What did you guys identify as, I guess, kind of first steps towards the ITIL?
Well,
I mean,
well,
obviously
first of all,
you started somewhere.
We're both working, me and him are working on our expert certification. And we knew in order to implement something, we had to know what the hell it was we were talking about. So we're finishing up so that we're going to train to get our expert. And that includes that. So that's foundations, that's all 5 service areas, strategy, design, transition, operations, and CSI. Continuous service improvement. You have to get certified in each one of those, and then you can test for the expert level. So they funded us to do that. And I'm doing it through Pink Elephant. I'm just doing online classes, like the virtual classroom for it, because I can take my time. But once we were pretty much told what we needed to start out with from our higher ups being like, change management's broken, fix it. We need asset management, and we need a service catalog. We need to focus on that.
Right.
So the first 3 things that we've been working on involve pretty much our most on fire issues that we really need to fix in order. Because you can't do it all at once. You have to figure out what your priorities are, what will work for you. Because it won't all work for you. Right. But also have to think about what you have to do first in order to do the next one. So like I can't do real continual service improvement for the department unless we have actual service level management.
Right.
We don't. So like we have to do that before I can do this. So
When
and
you
there's groups of
say,
people you can talk to. You can get someone from Pink Elephant to come in and do a huge audit. It'll cost you money. We're kind of doing our own internal audit. So
when you say I honestly, it's been a while since I really looked at ITIL stuff. It's been since I went to that conference because, you know. But when you say your service catalog, what are you guys trying to do with your service catalog? Like, are you talking about setting out everything you can do, or when you say service catalog, do you mean what's front facing to the user to select
So
from?
that's part of your service catalog.
Okay.
I mean, your service catalog basically is all the services you provide
Right.
as an organization. And services need to be defined from the business customer perspective.
Right.
So that's our big hurdle right now is traditionally we've got folks who say, my job is this is all I am. But to the end user, it doesn't translate to be what that is. The end user is like, I need access to my email account. They don't care about anything else to do with the email as a service. They just want to know how they access it, get a question with this and that, and where they want to go. So framing your services in the customer viewpoint is our first step.
Yeah.
Because we don't have that now. We have an A to Z listing of every piece of software and every application we support, and they're like, I don't know what Kaltura means. What does that mean to me? Oh, it's a software you can record your lectures and video conferencing, as well as really awesome stuff. So it's really framing what you have provided to a perspective that's easy to understand.
Okay.
From that, all the back end stuff, like all the stuff you do is then around that and continuation and support of that.
The reason I asked is we addressed and it's been an ongoing thing to try to simplify our front-facing service catalog in Landesk, because
Yeah,
as you guys who use Landesk know, you can go in, click service catalog, and get whatever was entered in there. Which, when it was put in there, it was put in with that IT background mindset of, well, we do this, and this. This should route here. This should route there, and it's good and it's robust and it's well laid out, and it's such a clog of information that end users have stopped, with very few exceptions of things that are easy to get to. End users stopped using requests for self-service tickets. They put in incidents because they know that they'll turn it into a request if it should be a request. So we've been talking about just getting very, very broad with our front-facing service catalog anyway, of, you need software installation, you need an account change of some sort, you need new hardware, you need telephone related, and just get, as broad as we can and let them give the details and then route internally.
Yeah, your 5 things to do with telephones, they don't care about what those 5 things mean. They just think, I need a physical phone.
Right.
That works.
Yeah. And
That's all they need to care about.
I need a new, new computer of quote request purchasing, install, wipe whatever came, reinstall, yada, yada, yada. They don't care. They say, I need a new computer.
We restricted the right or the ability, not the right, of the users to set a request in. They just give us either through the webpage and we encourage them to actually use email, because that's what they know. They send help. And if they're on the webpage, they don't put in the request type, they just describe their problem.
Gotcha.
Because 70%, our ticketing system automatically assigns tickets. So if you say you're having an office network outage, it immediately goes to a network.
Right.
Spot troubleshooter. When actually you have a network connection, you're not plugged in.
You have that problem.
In the ideal world, your help desk or your support center would own and triage and close every single incident request that comes in. Now, we all know that's who has the staff to support that mechanism?
Right.
But ideally, that's what they say. Your support center should be the ones that own it. They're the ones that vet all those things before they even get to the tier 3 tech. And then they're the ones that have to actually follow the customer and resolve it to make sure the problem is done.
We've got.
We're actually kind of already doing that.
Level 1 does the follow-up.
Yeah, essentially, you, instead of reassigning the ticket to some group, you send a task out to somebody. In order to, and then they complete the task, and that comes back, and it's done. And then you can say, oh, well, I've done this, let me follow up the customer to make sure that the issue is actually resolved.
So the service desk holds the ticket
Yep.
The whole time.
They're responsible for it, that's it.
Okay.
But for the customer, that is the best support.
Well, yeah.
Because they're calling the service desk anyway. You're not like, I have no idea, it's been the black hole of school medicine for 2 weeks, let me try to get a tech on the phone.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is not impossible.
Yeah.
They're always out in the field every meeting.
So,
But what you described earlier as what is your service catalog, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that's actually still important information you should keep. It's part of an overall service portfolio.
Right.
And so the catalog is that more general thing, things that are actually important to the customer.
Well, and that's what I meant in terms of, that's why I was asking if you meant front-facing versus your entire package. Because all that information obviously is stuff that we need to know, we need to know we can do, and we need to know where it goes. That's internally very important. But when we were looking at redesigning, and as we're hoping to try to get back to looking at redesigning, the idea is to make it as simple for the users to quickly get the help they need as possible. And step one of that is to throw away the front-facing service catalog that we have. Maybe make all that available to analysts as options, because that is an option in Landesk, but not to end users. But at the very least, to make what end users see just be very broad strokes, and let them just go.
it sounds like you have it, your stuff is more for back end.
Yeah.
Yours is the back.
Ours is the back, the analyst side of things. Unfortunately,
So you
it's
create that
also
extra.
what's front-facing right now.
Yeah, so if you create that external front facing.
Yeah, and then again,
Another big thing I've learned from the ACCS training is, especially when it comes to knowledge management in general, not just from the support center, your internal documentation. It's best to always keep anything in the context of the customer. And yes, pre-making some content is important, but creating it on demand as needed and deleting old stuff that's never used anymore is really important. I think that's a big problem here, especially with our change management, conversion recently, is the level 3 technicians who are configuring the systems and stuff do not know how to put it in context with the customer. And
Well, we've had a lot of issues with that because we're trying to set this public description that they have to post, which is in layman's terms, what is this change that you're making? It's not that I'm doing patch this on server XYZ, which nobody knows what that server supports. It's how do you translate to the customer? Well, in our deliberations, we're figuring out the customers don't look, maybe one or a handful of the customers actually look at the change management schedule. The change management schedule is actually more intended for my staff to know what the hell is going on, because we're the ones getting calls from the customers being like, blackboard's down.
Right.
We can say, oh, well, there's a maintenance going on. Okay. And so that's, I think, what we figured out is as long as my team's getting the translation that knows what this means on the schedule, then, we can support our customers because they're not going to look at it ever. Maybe some of the external IT folks.
And again, they have login services.
Yeah. Now I'm still trying to figure that out. I think it's been better. There's still stuff on there that's like.
I don't know what's
Put a
on
whole-
Jupiter. What is it
Well, and the
doing
thing
when
is,
you're
and I'm a member of the CAB, which has been great. So our support center is represented on the change advisory board, and approves and denies every change that's put up there. So when it's weird stuff, I'm asking, what does this do? They explain it to me, and I know whether or not it's going to be something that my team thinks to know.
We also
Most of
have-
those Jupiter things, they don't know. They're back in. We'll never get a call to worry about it. But if it's something big, I can send an email and be like, FYI, I'm stating blackboard.
We also know when it's not a good time to take a certain system down.
Yes. Something on Thursday school. Don't upgrade something on Thursday school.
Which seems to be the time they won't do that.
Because they don't operate on the academic schedule.
So how do your surveys work? You mentioned that you survey your staff as well as.
I haven't started serving staff.
And you haven't?
So we have a feedback form that staff can fill out, like a comment, suggestion box, whatever they want. That only goes to me, that's known, so that if the staff under them have an issue with supervisor, they can shoot into that and I can address it. Most of the things I have an actual indication on the form saying, can I share this with your supervisor, or do you wish to remain anonymous?
Okay.
And I'd say all except for one, I'd be like, yeah, I don't care, you can share it. Because it's more of like, I see this issue going on, can we fix it, right? Notice this is. It doesn't get used that much. I mean, we get one every 2 weeks. But I think it's a new thing we just started doing, so I'm hoping, I think I just need to continue to remind people, be like, hey, this is this, and forget about it, hey, this is this. But in terms of staff satisfaction, this fall, I'm probably gonna work on developing a staff satisfaction survey. That'll have specific questions geared toward what I wanna know, like, are they happy with their work environment? Are they happy with their supervisor relationship? Are they happy? Do they feel like their needs are being met for these areas? I mean, the idea is for me to know and get a gauge on them to know how content everyone is. I mean, we know when our staff are just, you can tell as a manager, the staff is dissatisfied because of their work. And so you have to make that decision then, okay, am I gonna try to work on them with this? Is it something they wanna change? Some staff don't wanna change, and they never will. So no matter what you give them as a manager, it don't matter. But most staff do, and usually if they get that extra, time, they'll work on it. But I think, and it's hard too when we have such a huge staff and everybody's moving around and there's so many working pieces. It's not like we all don't sit. I mean, these two are in the same building as me. She's in a different building. He's in a different building. All of our staff are in different buildings. So having to have that team, me as a manager, making sure that everybody's okay, it's impossible when you don't even see each other unless you make a point to do it.
Do you have meetings, like regularly scheduled meetings?
We all meet once a month as a team. I meet with each one of them individually every other week. We are gonna start, I have a staff meeting coming up in August for the entire staff. We'll probably do that 3 times a year.
And then we also meet individually with our staff once every 2 or 3 weeks.
Okay, I do, bi-weekly meetings with the group that I brought in here. I don't with my student assistants because I can never get all of them together during the academic year.
Yeah, we do like multiple sessions of the same meeting.
For the student staff, we found really, so we have all hands, we don't require them to come unless there's a really good student. Or they can do it, they can go hang out or something if they can. It is the Friday before classes start, because generally everyone's already moved back to the dorms at that point. They're back in their apartment in Richmond. So it's the most likely time that you can get everyone in the same room. Classes haven't started yet, so they don't have that on their schedule. We usually do it Friday mornings, an hour and a half to go over
Big things.
big things, and that's just with the part-time staff.
Okay, that's a good idea, and I think it may have been, maybe she's at Longwood. What are some of your staff that, your staff person's name that manages, like the student assistants?
Well, Ben Jones, I don't have any girls who manage student assistants. Are you talking Becky Pat, the Digital Education Collaborative?
Yes.
Yeah, so
Becky.
Digital Education Collaborative is not IT, they actually report to academics. And they deal with all of their instructional technology stuff. So they have ITCs, instructional technology coordinators, that are students that work with the faculty on Echo or Canvas or, strictly pedagogy kind of thing is not. So we used to be ITS, we were information and instructional technology, and we lost an eye. So our instructional eye went to the Digital Education Collaborative, which is good because honestly, we never really did it. We were information instructional technology, but we did not have, we didn't have resources or, I don't want to say desire, but we did not do instructional technology per se. We took care of the hardware. We put the hardware and the software in the classrooms, but we did not work hands-on with the faculty for instructional technology. So that split out about 3 years ago.
Okay.
So we work really closely with them. Becky and I work really closely together. And she did a presentation at ACCS on the ITCs, yeah.
And I remember talking to her, and she mentioned that sometimes you have to do outside of our normal hours, 8 to 5, to get with the students.
Yeah.
And that's something that I think is good if I can't get them all back on campus and in the office during regular business hours. It's all new as far as, I know it's not been quite a year, but for us to have our students actually manning the help desk, it's almost like they're staff, but they're not staff. So, and they're students first.
Yeah. One thing that I'm gathering from this group is it's very foreign to me to have a completely student help desk. We don't do that.
Me too.
Yeah, we've never done that. I've never had, only sometimes if we have a birthday or something, and all the full-time staff go to lunch at the same time, we're leaving for an hour. That's it. So it's very foreign to me to have a student run desk.
Yeah, that's been 24/7, from 4 o'clock until.
But see, we don't have to have those extended hours. So, I guess my circumstances haven't required that I have that. Now with the RTA switch that I'm looking at doing, that will, in essence, be a student desk. And I don't plan on having professional staff with them on weekends. And so, it's making me a little warm and fuzzy to hear all you guys talking about it. It's working and nothing bad's happening. I don't have to have a full-time person sitting there with the students.
If anything happens, they'll call you.
Yeah, they will, and that's okay. And I guess the ones that we do on the weekends, I'm gonna have a certain trust level with the ones that aren't there with someone, a full-time person.
That's like with the library help desk that I oversee. I am over there in the basement of Carnegie, but they're over here in the building next door, and they're by themselves. I mean, they're in the library with all the library staff and students.
Right.
But if they need me, they know I'm just an email away.
Right.
Yeah. But they're working on their own, and there's only one student there because I only allow one student working at a time. So as soon as they clock out, the next one clocks in. So and we staff that from 8 in the morning until midnight.
Oh, wow. Oh.
Yeah.
How many days a week?
8 to midnight.
How many days a week is that?
It's open from 8 to midnight, Monday through Thursday. Friday, it's, like 8 to 7. Saturday, it's 11 to 7, and then Sunday, it's from 1 to midnight. And then the library at exam time will open up for like 2 weeks, no, just until 2 o'clock in the morning, but we don't extend the hours of the desk. Because it's basically there for the students to go and study if they want, and it's after hours.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny, because like the whole time we've been here, I haven't once thought to myself, oh no, I left my right counter unattended. I mean, they've been texting me, notifying me of things that have been going on, but I mean, they're pretty independent and we rely on them heavily. So they're bright kids. Like, we really only try to hire the absolute best, because sometimes the weak ones don't make it and they voluntarily leave, which makes our lives easier.
Yeah. How do you all go about, and any of you go about the recruiting process? Do you get recommendations from?
Well, it's a little bit of both. I mean, we got recommendations usually if,
People that already work for us.
yeah,
Right.
We also advertise jobs in certain schools that we want, like computer science and, or where are you
School
studying?
business.
School business.
staff, will get notified.
We kind of had a dip, like for years, people were just hired if they were nice. I mean, that's how I got hired. I wasn't an IT major, but we definitely, Scotty and I worked for a long time with changing the hiring practice, so we totally focus only on people who are computer IT oriented as much as we can.
Or
I mean,
people
there's
who
good
have the
people.
aptitude.
Yes.
They have to learn attitude.
That's what
I'm
I'm attitude. They show us that, you know, that type of skill level in their resumes or something like that.
When I first started with the RTA program, I had, and this was, again, early 2000, and I thought I had to hire all computer science students. And computer science students have evolved since 2000.
Yes.
They were not the most socially adept.
Yeah.
So it was a problem. But now, I mean, it's way different.
It is.
Back then,
Some of
Well, we
our,
sometimes still get that, where they're a little socially awkward, but
Yeah,
by
I
the
think that
time
we break
the rest of the student workers kind of bombard them, it's like it almost force them out of their
which is
shell.
wonderful. That's a
Yeah.
great part of your
Yeah.
development. Yeah, because if you're a computer science student, you're still gonna have customers. You're still gonna have to know how to communicate. Yeah.
And we ask pointed
Great
questions to
offensive.
see if they have any interest.
Yeah.
You know, it's sort of like, do you help your friends and your family? Are you the one that people that you know go to ask questions and these things? Do you like teaching other people? That sort of thing. It tends to ferret out. And so we do give people the benefit of the doubt, even if they're not, if they don't have a wealth of experience.
The one thing we ask them is,
Anyway,
how, the only type question we ask in an interview is, how do you find an IP address on both the PC and a Mac? And if you don't know, how would you go find it?
And that gives you a
And
lot.
that is a fair question,
It's
yeah.
really
Yes.
illuminating.
There's like 3 or 4 different things.
I like
People, they either know or they're smart enough to say, I Google it. And the people who are like, I'd ask my boss, you're like, nope.
Right. Or there's
Disqualified.
Yeah.
we have our,
That's good. Are you typing next question?
Oh, they can send you that.
yeah, that'd be great. Also
Yeah,
helps
so
us,
our interview questions, yeah.
we have
Scotty has them.
questions that HR has deemed need to be asked to every potential hire.
Of course.
So including
Are you
students.
a felon?
Have you ever murdered your boss?
Yeah.
I was a fan of that one. But when I showed up, the questions there weren't any technical questions really on the interview. So I just added 2 very broad ones. One is essentially, which operating system do you prefer? Which gives us an idea of their experience, but also I feel if you have enough experience to have a preference of operating system, that tells me that you're savvy enough to have a reason to like one or the other. And rarely is the answer, I've only ever used blah. It's, you know, I like this one because of this reason. Oh, and why.
Yeah, for the RTA program, we ask them to describe the computer that you use. And they said, you know, sometimes they're like, well, so, you know, it's a Dell, it's the Dell that you guys recommended, and then we'll have, you know, this processor, I have this much hard drive space, I have this much memory, and you're like, okay. And the ones that say, I have Dell, and it's like, it's great. You know, we're like, okay, thank you. So yeah, there's not a set, a right or wrong answer. That is the computer that they have, but that's very telling as to how much they know when you ask.
Exactly. And then the other question I added was, somebody comes to the desk saying that they can't access the internet, what's the first thing you would do? And we get a range of answers there, everything from open a ticket, which is what we drill into their heads that you should do, because we want them to have credit for their work. But also, you know, I get some folks who know enough to start rolling down the list of network troubleshooting. I'm like, okay. Some who just say reboot the computer. As long as they give me some sort of technical answer that isn't call my boss or turn to the person next to me, I'm usually fine with their technical knowledge. What I find, some of our best workers in the time I've been there have been not at all tech savvy, on the surface at least, and have had to learn their technical skills as they've gone along, but their interpersonal skills, like one of my favorite help to have on the desk itself, just graduated. She was a social worker major, and when she had to run to the classrooms, because our students do classroom support too, she wasn't great with that. She didn't like that. There was only so many things that she, even after working with us for 3 years, knew to do, was comfortable doing. But on the desk, she answered the phones politely, and it was engaging and spoke to people, and really, she was excellent at it. So, you know, she was one that I tried to get when we had a real tech savvy hire who was one of those kids who was socially awkward. I, you know, tried to schedule them with some of our maybe less technically knowledgeable folks, but who have that interpersonal interaction, just to give them an idea. Maybe greet somebody with something other than what.
But they don't realize what it's doing.
Right. They don't realize it's a problem.
Like, they're very direct.
Yeah.
And so it's funny because we had a couple of individuals who were like that. They'd be very straightforward.
Right.
And sometimes people would take it the wrong way, but they weren't being rude.
Right.
They just were like, you shouldn't do this, but you need to do this, and I'm going to download this. Very methodical. Like,
Yeah,
that's just the way their
I
brain
get
works.
calls
That's-
from the people being like, your student loans are condescending, la 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 la.
and I'm like, well,
Yes, they are.
what were you doing wrong? You're like, yay.
Actually, I've developed a philosophy that I cannot teach personality.
Right.
Yeah.
That's true.
I
That's
can,
true.
I
That's
can
true.
teach you how, I can teach anyone but Anna how to fix a computer.
Yeah.
Anna was too hard. But I got more thank you notes about Anna because she was really nice. And she remembered that your dog was sick. And she saw me on campus later and said, oh, how's your dog? And then I'd get letters constantly saying, you know, thank you notes and emails saying, Anna is so lovely. Thank you very much for sending her over to the office. Our printer's still broken.
Anna back with someone who can fix it.
But now, like, if you have like technical skills out the wazoo, but you're not, you know, you don't come across as warm and fuzzy to me.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, you can go work for some. There are other IT places.
We've turned folks away for that reason.
Yeah.
Because their
Yeah.
interpersonal
Yeah.
skills
Yeah.
just weren't there,
Yeah.
and there was nothing,
I
you know.
can't.
That's not a skill I can impart. You know?
Right.
I can teach you what steps to follow to troubleshoot this. I can't teach you how to be approachable and pleasant.
I had a guy that was so, in an interview, that was so not nervous that it scared me. I was like, you know, I'm not sure that you'll fit in here because.
And once you hire them, it's really hard to get rid of them.
Oh my
Because
God.
somebody, you have to come in and constantly, you tell them to do something, oh, well, why can't we do it this way? Why can't we? It takes forever to get rid of them.
Not here.
Not here, not Longwood.
Our student employment person in HR said, you don't even have to have a reason, you just tell them don't show up.
Yeah, we
Hourly.
can inspire as much as we want.
Yeah.
Full time on the other
And
hand.
then, you know,
Yeah,
Well,
well, it's a different
yeah.
story, but yeah, our hourlies, we can.
Some kids, you just fire them and then they plead for their life.
Oh,
And
God.
then they make a 180 and then they're one of your
That's
best
how
employees.
We had that happen
That
too.
happened like twice.
Whatever works.
Yeah.
On paper, we look for familiarity with OS's
Oh, yeah.
desk or service work experience. And can somebody
You
sit
can
closer?
read them?
Yeah, I can read them.
That must be nice.
Jerry,
No
some
contact,
difficult
right,
people.
though, no contact.
Ticket.
We
I just have good eyes.
With their application, which give an idea for their attention to detail.
That's a good idea, having.
So it's in like their supplemental questions when they send it
Yeah.
back.
Interesting. It's a very good.
Oh, I love that,
Problem with
actually,
that
having
is
them
in
write the
high school,
answers in the
nobody's taught
application.
anymore how to write properly.
Yeah,
So
that's
nobody would
something
make
that
it in my.
But I like that idea of maybe sending it out as part of the pre-interview package.
Maybe,
Sort of
like a
a,
supplemental question.
even give them the
Pre-screening.
opportunity to type it in if their handwriting is lousy because they grew up in the last 20 years. You know, but as giving them some of those questions ahead of time, I kind of like that actually. Although seeing them squirm while they're trying to figure out an answer is always fun.
Yeah.
We can do that on our application, we can add whatever questions we want.
That's actually a good idea.
We do that.
Yeah. We have 4.
Yeah.
4 questions. But what's everybody's opinion on literacy and writing skills in terms of ticketing? Because they get upset at me for being a stickler about it, is that when we see somebody who on their application, they've got typos, they may have submitted a cover letter, which is exceptional, but then like the punctuation is bad, the spelling is bad.
I'm almost immediately dismissive as well of that sort of person, and Barbara, the other person who does the student onboarding with me, has to, now hang on.
I bet you get into these 2 games. I'm the same way. I was an English major, so I'm like, if you cannot properly write on your application,
See, and I'm
you
like that.
shouldn't get a job.
If you're trying to put your best foot forward,
And that's
which
it.
is what the
And sell
cover letter
yourself.
should be, and
Yeah.
sell yourself, and you can't use a period for a sentence that goes on for the entire page, you are not gonna work well for me.
I'm not even as much a stickler about like, if they have problems with sentence structure, I know that's advanced for some people. I have a problem when they don't even capitalize their first and last name. Yeah, that's where I'm like, y'all.
Well, I mean, and the other thing is,
You're
like,
a proper person. You
yeah,
capitalize your
well, they'll copy templates off of,
Yeah, oh yeah.
and that drives me nuts.
When you can tell it's a form letter.
Yes.
I feel that this would
for your
be,
company.
I feel that this would be an excellent opportunity in my
And these are
career.
college
What
students.
career?
That's
You're a
what
freshman in
drives me
college.
nuts.
Yeah.
Is that they're college students. That's
Yeah.
what scares the crap out of me, because I'm like, oh my God, is this what you do when you turn in papers? But Scotty
That's
has
between
helped
them
me
and
to try
Scott.
to see there's a gray area, so I'm not as strict as Will. I used to be like Will, and Scotty's like, well, then we'll never hire anybody.
Yeah.
Do it all by
Yeah,
yourself.
exactly.
And I was like, okay.
Well, let's
We all
face
know.
it, office and texting has ruined the English language.
Yes.
Yes, proper.
But I'm that person that when I text, I actually have to send typo like responses where I fix my grammar or my.
And
so I
use
everyone.
periods.
I'm that person
I
who-
use appropriate punctuation.
Oh, I do too. You're not the
correct
only one.
emojis.
I use, my sentence structure is just as it would be if I were writing on a letter.
That's what
I capitalize, I whatever, and then I send it. And my wife
Yes, and
said
I
back,
double check
you
it.
are slow. Yes, but at least I'm legible.
Yeah, but as far as your students, what about students who can't have iPhone with them when they go take care of a ticket or something? You know, because sometimes, you know, I have students in training, I'm there and, you know, we're talking, they say, oh, they're on the phone.
With
They're
our,
like, okay.
with our students, no earbuds.
They should not have been left by me.
There's more. I can totally those
There you. You can tell them I twisted your arm.
right? So I don't care if they have their phone, they just have to be respectful. And so that also goes back to the punctuation. It drives me nuts, but I try to correct them and say, because to me, for our students, and this may be different for you all, but we are prepared, I feel like it is my job to prepare them for life after college.
That's
Right.
We are their job.
And so,
They need to treat it like
So
it's a
they-
job.
they need to be responsible, but they're students first.
Right.
So if they have, I mean, I had a couple of physics majors, and I thought they were gonna have an anxiety attack sitting there because, you know, they're like,
I got a 30, and I've never gotten a 30 on anything. You know, they go crazy. So I understand. Take some time off from work, but let me know. You know, so it's the same thing for like the headphones and stuff like that. I actually told one of our students, I said, do you realize? Because I said something to him, he never heard me. It's like my kids. I felt like I was home. And I said, do you realize how many people would actually talk to you? And I'm talking about professionals, the professors and the administrative staff would actually, because he was a real pleasant guy. But you can't hear them say hello to you because you're like, so it's all of that. I don't you know, driving, we have golf carts. I don't know if you guys have golf carts.
I wish. Yeah, we do.
We certainly wouldn't.
The students can use them, I can't. Because our students are doing the surplus.
So, you know, like, they can't drive like a maniac on campus because the president's wife had a brush of death with one of the students. And, you know, so I'm like, if you get caught driving like a maniac, you're out. So, it's, you know, all of that is to prepare them to be responsible adults. So, you know, with my kids, I tell them, if you want to text your friend, you can, however you want to. When you text me or any other adult, I want complete sentences, I want capitalization, punctuation, and they're just like, they do it. They do it.
They love this. We have students who, on any given shift, will have one or two on the desk. Especially during the school year when classes are in session, we have runners because we have a commitment to respond to any classroom emergency, like I want to play this thing and it won't play within 5 minutes. So the way with our small IT staff we've done that is to have student runners, which they come to the desk, they pick up a phone, they go and study, they go and whatever, and their responsibility is to be able to drop everything, run to the classroom, do what troubleshooting they can do, and then either fix it or escalate it. So I get asked by folks, especially when they're new to being runners, what do I do while I'm a runner? And my answer is, I don't care. As long as whatever it is, you can drop it and go fix. As long as you're still doing your job, I prefer you study because that's the good use of your time. But if you want to sit and play World of Warcraft, I don't care.
So you have that problem too.
Yeah.
Whatever it is.
Because, bless their hearts. So the students at the front counter are not allowed to play video games anymore, and I re-installed machines at Cabell Library, so I put them all on lockdown. Can't do anything.
Well, at the
so
desk
they
they
have their
can't.
personal computers, which now I'm putting on those like the new thing. Yeah. But what we're finding is even in the slow time, they are forgetting to put tickets in. Like they're resolving the problem or taking care of whatever it is. They're just not getting credit for their work. So then it looks like they're not doing any work when they are doing work. And it's frustrating because, I can say it till I'm blue in the face, but as soon as I leave the office at 5:30, I don't have any control over what they do.
Yeah.
Well, we got full-time staff that don't
This is true. I think
some people do their jobs well and some people do their jobs half-assed.
Yeah.
Like, that's
Well, yeah.
what it is. It's the nature.
And I say that to the staff too. I'm like, look, if you're 5-10 minutes late every day, when school starts back, the students are going to see that and they're going to be like, well, why should I be on time? The people who get paid the big bucks aren't on time.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, look, be on time, or we need to change your hours or something. Right. Yeah, I'm flexible, but tired of being taken advantage of, so to speak, And then that goes back to the whole management thing and how do you say, look, you need to be on time, or is there something going on in your life? How do you approach it?
When's it appropriate to be like, be on time, that's it, no questions? Or when's the time to be like, is there something preventing you from getting here on time? I need to know. If there's something going on, fine, we will work around whatever schedule you need. But I need to know that's happening.
And I feel like it's the role of the employees as well, though, in that case, in situations like that, to be like, can we talk? So there needs to be that, that open dialogue, which I think is why we've been implementing those bi-weeklies with the student workers even, because I've had some students that come to me because I have one student worker who's almost always late. And he expressed to me that he actually has a medical issue, so, which prevents him from being able to be on time. And I was like, well, now that I know,
So be it.
so be it. That's fine. Like, we'll work through it. So it's things like that. Had I not had bi-weeklies, I would not have known. So then I would have just started getting more irate and then writing him up for obviously no reason.
We did start doing bi-weeklies with everybody, so I do them with them, and then they do them with every single one of their staffs, and that's something we've been doing since the spring. And I think it really has helped, because it just makes them have that personal one-on-one time with their boss to say, how's everything? These are the things I've been noticing. Here's your stats to go over, and then also have like that person.
So those are one-on-ones?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The students only take about 20 minutes, 15 minutes.
Okay.
Depends on,
If we give them the option to come, or as I do, if they're not working,
yeah.
I just give them appointment slots in Google Calendar, they can pick one, when I'm available.
And we pay for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
We'll pay for the, meeting.
And a couple of my staff work now remotely, apparently, mostly because we're short-staffed. We're training new hires and we still need to have somebody on the phones. So I'm doing my meetings over Google Hangout with them.
Mhm.
And, sometimes that's enough. And for me, because my office is remote from where the majority of people are, I end up doing Google Hangouts anyway. As long as you're getting that FaceTime, that's what's important.
And it tells them that somebody's watching the store, that somebody's investing in them as a boss.
But I like that those are one. So it's gonna, I mean, we tried doing monthly meetings and with everybody. And the first 6 meetings, the first 6 months were good because we had stuff to say.
Yeah.
And then we kind of slowly started to run out of things
Well, that happens
to say.
too. I mean, I even with their one-on-ones, I'm like, I don't really have anything for you today, but
Right.
we'll talk about this stuff if you
Right.
want. At least we have the time set away that if
Yeah.
there is stuff, we'll talk about it. If not, it's like, okay, well.
And that's actually my
Shoot the shit for now.
previous supervisor, who is now, again, restructuring. Anyway, implemented that, started off with Barbara and I, who were the two in his department, doing every other week, and then started doing every week with me because he seen Barbara. Since I was in the library and he was, and everybody else is in Radcliffe, he saw Barbara hundreds of times more than he saw me.
Yeah.
So he started doing every week with me so that we could actually have that FaceTime. But that's actually good to do with students too. I like that.
It's a safe space for them too.
Yeah.
So we are out of time, unless we want to continue. I mean, I'm fine with that. I just want to say one other thing that I don't know about the rest of you, but I take classes. So I get that feedback that students wouldn't normally say. They wouldn't come to IT and say, your wireless sucks. You hear it on social media or in the classroom. And then there are times when I'm experiencing it and I'm going, that sucks. But is it because we're over, we're saturated, it's the old wireless or whatever. And then I get that the faculty, they get kind of calm and comfortable, and then they forget that I work in IT, or they don't. And they're like, yeah, Lisa, what's going on? I'm like, what?
Can you fix my podium?
Yes, it's like, I'm so glad there's an IT person in
And you're
there.
like, no.
Once our student workers become known as student workers,
Yep.
they become in their classrooms line 1, and then
Yes,
maybe.
that's why none of them tell anyone.
I know they don't, but there's one or
They
two that
refuse.
They have like a change of shirt though. We give them polos. They don't have to wear it. But I've never seen them wear them out and about.
No.
Yeah, me
It's
either. Most of ours come to the desk, not in the polo.
Yeah.
Put the polo on,
Yeah.
Over
do the
top of
work,
their t-shirt they
go
have.
back into the bathroom, take the polo off.
Yeah. That's awesome and sad.
Yeah.
It's like, can we do that?
I worked for the School of World Studies before I started as an hourly for technology services. And it was weird. This was like after I I became an employee of technology services, my mentor and old faculty member that I used to IA for still used me as her like IT reference. I was like, I love you dearly, Esther, but
My professor from 5 years ago still knows me.
are you serious?
Being like, you guys get these things done for me, and
Technically true.
I'm like, I'll help you.
But you're
Just
supposed to
like
go
you.
through the
I
system.
Yeah, there's always folks who do that. But once they find somebody, in fact, that's just human nature. Once they find somebody who can fix their problem or can get it done quickly, they tend to go to them. Like there are folks who call my office line directly now.
Yes.
Don't even call,
like
and I'm sure you guys all have that too. You know, don't even call the help desk line. They just want to speak right to me. Okay, I fixed it before, I can fix it again.
Never answer my office.
I don't answer it either. I'm like,
I always look to see who it is
They want me to leave
first, but I still answer it.
Well, that's like, see, I take care of part of the phone system administration. And so once I handle something like that, send an email and say, okay, it's done. Well, now they've got to contact me. So now I'm getting, can you get my computer fixed? I need this software.
And I think
directors
that
and IT have
as
Yeah.
people who are at essentially tier 1.5, let's say, tier 2, whatever you want to call us, but we all need dummy email accounts.
Yeah.
that-
I like all of the people who are on campus who list our contact number as their office.
Yes.
That happens so much. And then we're like, how the hell are we supposed to get in touch with you then?
Yeah.
Like if it's our phone number.
Well, I get phone calls sometimes from other departments and even the information desk, the switchboard, because I think what it is they've gotten to, they don't know where to send the person. And so I get it. And I'm going, why are you talking to me?
Oh.
But I had one mother years ago that was trying, I forgot what department she was trying to get to. And I said, okay, I can't help you with what you need, but I need to find who you, please don't transfer me again. I've talked to 5 minutes. I said, I'm sorry, I can't help you. Just give me a minute.
Does anybody else here run the switchboard? Switchboard is at my help desk.
Well,
The university
we're the
switchboard.
glorified
We don't,
switchboard.
there is none at
Yeah,
VCU.
they used
I
to
got
be
rid of it, so
operated.
now we are.
So
We
like
are
there's still
No,
an
ours is
operational.
separate.
I had students made it all, but that's a problem because it has to be up all the time. So if I have a student that's sick, then my staff has to shuffle and make sure that we're catching that.
Okay, that's
It's always been there. The entire time I've been there, we've had it.
The security department takes care of switchboard.
The security department.
Even when
That
it was
is
like
interesting.
an informational switchboard at VCU, it's still, most people call us anyways.
For everything.
Yeah. I think our help desk number was on our website at some point as like the main number to call.
No, this is just like information line, Longwood University information to help you, just a switchboard.
No, I mean, our 8350 number was on the website. Oh, if you have questions, call. And we're like,
Ours is on there.
They do that all the time.
I think the idea
We know
is
everything.
if you have problems with the website, call. Like it's down at the bottom.
Oh, right, they
If you
think
have
that's-
problems, call. And so the idea, I think, from OCPR is, no, that's like they're supposed to call you if the website's not loaded.
Now,
Yes,
tell them
okay.
the webmaster.
But
Oh, got you.
that's not what people read that as.
Yes.
They read that as questions, call.
That's part of the reason why we were Help It, don't even started on that name, but for years, and we rebranded to IT Support Center, just because we figured that's the most clear name of what we actually do, because people would see, they look for help on the website, they find us and they call us. And it was getting to be like 25% of our traffic was non-IT.
Yeah,
That's
there
why we
was,
went from help desk to user support center. Exactly, it's making it more like, oh, they search for
Yeah.
help, it's not gonna be us.
If I could just tell 2 anecdotes. One, we got a call from a woman who needed help getting to her W-2. Which, yes, there are W-2s in our e-services platform, which is part of Banner. And that's, for VC employees. But this woman was some sort of like in-home nurse. And it just happened to be that the company that she worked for had a system called e-services, which was not the same. When she Googled e-services, she got our number.
So how
And
far down the road did you take her before you realized she
Exactly.
wasn't even?
That was like a red cap. I got a call
Exactly.
from someone from Red Cap Help. They Googled Red Cap Help and our website came up. So we have Red Cap, you can see they were from like Central Texas. It's a private company and I was like, who are you? Remember, they're like, what's VCU? I'm like, not where you need to call for help.
Oh, yeah, that was really
It used to be the
We
National
had a-
Polycom Support Center, because we had really good online Polycom instructions.
So they call me.
And then the bottom of the page, they listed our numbers. I would get calls from Chicago, somebody in an office, they're having a meeting in 15 minutes, and they needed their Polycom phone set up. And most of the time I do it.
That's good. You're nicer than me. I'd be like, you are not even talking to me.
And here's where you send the tip.
And just because it was
This
so
call was worth $100. Yes, take your credit.
We had a guy call us from the middle of nowhere.
It was like out in like northern United States, like
Yeah,
Vermont
Midwest.
area.
Oh, was it Northeast? I
Yeah.
thought it was Midwest.
It wasn't Midwest.
But apparently, we were the only public entity in the United States that listed that we owned a certain model of international DVD player. And this guy had bought one on eBay, but it didn't come with a remote. And he had spent weeks trying to track down a remote for the dang thing. And we had remotes. And so we read off the model number on the back of it. And it was like some generic thing, but it had to be that specific generic remote. And so, like, literally 2 hours later, he called us back. And he's like, thank you, I found one. All right, dude.
It took me, what, 10, 15 minutes to figure out
What
the
he
heck
wanted.
was talking about,
Yeah.
or what he wanted.
That's such a
Because I was
peculiar
like,
request.
you know this is a university, right? And you're calling from a different state. I was like, I'm very confused. Will didn't even understand. I was like, here, you take the phone. Have him repeat it. It was funny.
There are a couple of questions left up here from Ken that I just want to make sure we address before we close out. I'm not sure, the first one I think was before lunch, having used many IMHO4s.com is the best I've seen price performance.
In my humble opinion, force.com. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. if
Was that the
was,
discussion about the?
That, I think
The
that's
chat
been up there
maybe,
for
or
a
the-
while.
That has been up there for a while.
Yeah, that was before lunch, so I'm not sure. In my humble opinion.
Yeah, that's IMHO.
Oh, force.com.
I'm like, my
I was
kids
like,
don't
I'm
use
gonna do
humble.
Force.
Oh, in my humble opinion.
Yeah. That's not a system.
I got it.
I thought it was IMHOforce.com.
I did too. Okay. Humble. Ken.
Who uses humble?
I would have spelled it out. Yeah, comma. In my personal opinion, do you like this website? I would put the HTTP as.
So, when we were talking about, I guess, interviewing students. Oh, yeah. He said also about, once we get them in, it's all about personal skills. But then he also said to ask, asking what they do to relax can be very enlightening too. I mean, you know,
Yeah.
like sharpening down. And then the last thing was how many still use tier structures within the help desk staff and pass calls within the desk.
Also the supervisors.
Yeah.
I would like to.
If so, what is the benefit?
Benefit would be that the customers could actually get an answer about the size of the ticket from the analyst that had been assigned to. But the problem is when our students call the analyst, it's sort of hit or miss. Depending on the analyst will be like, sure, go ahead, we'll transfer the person, that's totally fine. Others are like, do not give my number.
I think this is more along the lines of
Internal.
with women
internal
that
desk.
support and are not too quick on time. Like
Get specialized.
Students trying
Oh, like
Right,
individuals?
right,
I think there's
I
pros
agree.
and cons. I think the pros are it's easier to train the specific groups. And they're like, for students, we talked about the amount that they need to know, you can narrow that down. But the problem with that is it limits, if you're doing nights and weekend support, it limits to only that. They can't do anything else.
Right.
And then you are dependent upon a smaller set of people to be able to cover. To me, the reason why we aren't doing it is because I feel like we need to double our staff size in order to properly support that model. We know everybody can use everybody, you can schedule them whenever you want. You don't have to worry about their skill set to schedule them. You have to worry about tier 1 and tier 2 always being there.
Now, I would say that there are like there are people who have a particular like special, like Allie does
Particular
banner
set of
stuff, I do Linda stuff. You know, he is our Google Apps like sheet guru.
I guess.
Equipment, listers, you know, Scotty does everything. He's like the jack of all trades. So I go to him for almost everything. Because he's probably been here the longest, him and Barbara.
But we leverage that in terms of our consultation services.
Yeah.
We provide one-on-one for faculty, staff, and some students on their personal machines and with research and work-related things that are software-oriented. And so,
someone's like our staff person.
right, and that way we can allocate appointments to certain staff rather than allocating all of our workload.
Right. Yes, we're doing that with the appointments, but not with the calls.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, well, thank you guys. I think it was a very productive meeting. It was nice. First
This
SIG
was
to get
awesome.
together.
Yeah.
Goodbye, everyone.